first night we played Dying Light,
Yeah.
I deadass had dreams about it. That's how I knew that the game had left an impression on me. Usually when that happens, it has an impression on me. And then it was the same thing last night. And it's not like I'm super in love with the game either.
No,
but
it's great. It's good. Fun.
I don't know. There's something about, the zombies. It gets like all of a sudden out of nowhere, it gets ramped up and you're on a chase. It gets like,
and in my game, we're playing on normal, right? So we're not even playing on hard. And those big dudes still, the quick.
Yeah, they were one tapping us, but we also didn't have health like that. We were upgrading our stamina. So
but I don't even know. Even because with stamina, we're gonna hit them less, right? So
beautiful people.
It's a trade off. It's a trade off.
We're not going live yet. It's just some back end conversation.
They could hear us.
Yeah, a little bit. I just got some back end conversation going on. Got to get some early talks, some behind the scenes. I wanted to do a little something different.
We break it in. We break it in like COD does right before the Iron Lord.
Yeah.
What's up, people?
Yeah, exactly. I get to see a little bit of the show.
How's my levels?
Your levels sound good. It looks like you're coming across clean. All right, beautiful people. Here goes the intro to the show. Yes, they love. We appreciate y'all being here, man. We'll see y'all soon. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is your Saturday morning. You are now locked in, tuned in to one of the most enthusiastic, over the top, passionate gaming shows or podcasts, whatever you want to call us, that you can find on these YouTube streets, Twitter streets, Facebook streets, wherever you may find our content. I do believe, and I believe I could also speak for Pong. So in this situation, that with Living Splitscreen, you're giving that live, raw, uncut, authentic, organic, as we like to say in our community, content.
We also have to add zombie killing.
That is a fact, because we were doing a lot of that, and we will talk about some of that today. But this is episode 43 of Living Splitscreen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to see you all lined up here. Real quick, I was talking to Pong in the background a little bit, man, right? And you guys let me know if I'm just being too loud or whatever the case, but I'm energized this morning. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I got my coffee here. It's kicking in. I got a couple extra shots in there, but I'm energized, man, mainly because, well, shout out to Stubbs. I had an interview with Stubbs yesterday. It was an amazing thing. Awesome. I always find it hard to talk about myself, right? And it's always up to the, I feel like it's always up to the host to try to steer me, because I can kind of get off of these side tangents or whatever the case might be. But nonetheless, I felt like it was a solid interview. So definitely check that out if you can. But what I was talking to Pong about in the background is that you lovely people in the chat who are here on a week-to-week basis, who watch our video on the back end on the week-to-week basis. Look, I don't want you to be sorry that you can't catch our show live. Don't tell me sorry. Just, if you actually watch our show, if you actually enjoy our content, please just let me know that. Tell me what you liked about the show. To me, that seems a little bit more, or not necessarily organic, but a little bit more personal than anything else. And if you can't watch the show, look, man, I completely understand, but that's not what it's about. The fact that you all are here on a week-to-week basis, all these lovely faces in here, I'm gonna go just up the list, man. It is an amazing thing. It's what drives us to continue to do this show. The chat that you guys have within our chat, no puns intended, and then just seeing the energy that you guys bring in here and y'all showing up on a week-to-week basis keeps us energized. It keeps us motivated. And regardless, me and Pong will always come here and give you that passion that I feel that you guys not only deserve, but our community deserves. So shout out to the Sly Crow, Back from the Dead, Stubbs Gaming, SoulCon, Nix, Casket Repair, Stubbs Gaming, Black Card Day, the Sly Crow, OCD Gamer. I feel like I shouted you out already, but another shout out to you, my guy.
You shout out everybody twice. I like it.
Why not? We might as well.
Yeah.
Retro Nerd, what's going on? Boba Fett Gaming, what's going on? Dune Repair, Stuffed Sean, what's going on? And who else? We got Matt Barnes, Mr. Joanna Dark, what's going on? Smitty Smith. I'm telling you, man, once we get to 1,000, he's gonna start bringing y'all the Book of Acts, man. Y'all better be careful. He's gonna give you that good word. Better watch out. Outbreak Podcast, what's going on? Fun Speculation, Mr. Kima, Fat Boy Horror. I believe I shouted you out already, but I'm gonna shout you out again. Jacob Novick, Ham Solo Gaming, who said he's in the car. He's gonna be listening for 3 hours. Hopefully we can fulfill that with that content and keep you energized throughout your drive.
Ham Solo, go check out my interview with him. That was a great one too.
Y'all had a good interview, man. A lot of interesting conversations there.
He does good stuff, man.
Yeah, it was dope. I like it.
Check him out.
Again, one representation of the community. He's another one that's kind of just jumped into it and is actually doing pretty well, man. I'm interested to see what else he's going to bring into the community, man. Toolman 55, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, UK lad, Dan the Man Cunningham. All right, beautiful people, man. Look, I just appreciate you guys showing up on a week-to-week basis. There's other places that you guys could be. The General Spartan 27, he said the Spartan has arrived. I like it. I like it. And Mr. Joanna Dark also says Dying Light 2 is great. And there is some things that we definitely will talk about. We'll talk about that before we get into, well, we'll probably talk about that until after we get into the upcoming game segment, because I do feel like we should probably get into that earlier on in the show, just to kind of lead people into victory so we can get into the main topics a little bit sooner. But with me, a little bit of back end from myself this week. to be completely honest, until Dying Light 2 came out, I've just been knee deep into Pokemon. Pokemon Arceus. That's what I've been into.
No more Pokemon talk.
Look,
I outlawed it last week.
The game's great, man. If you're into it, definitely check it out. If you're worth playing, again, I don't suggest playing it on TV. But I'm about 30 hours in, and I'm not even halfway through the game. So, just to give you guys some perspective, and I'm gonna keep it as a slow burn, man. But then Dying Light 2 came out. I touched it that same night with Fun Speculation and Pong Steel. We were kind of just going through the first 2 hours of the game, because you do have to do the first 2 hours before you could do any co-op action. So definitely keep that in mind if anybody's interested. Shout out to Eric the Red 06. Shout out to you, man. You look like a brand new guy. Nice to see you here. Rick Payne, what's going on? Bringing the pain. But yeah, there is at least 2 hours of story content that you have to play through until you can do co-op. But I know some people were saying about making some complaints about the co-op disconnecting and things like that. Me and Pong never ran across that issue. Now, I will say, and we'll talk about actually we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that when we talk about Dying Light, because it's all about that same thing. But yeah, needless to say, before we get into that, I'm just going to say Dying Light 2 has been great. Again, if you were interested in the game before, if you liked the first Dying Light, this is definitely the second iteration and is doing things in all the right ways. I know at a certain point, me and Pong got to a certain point in the story where you eventually meet Rosario Dawson, and we were like, damn, we've been playing this whole time, but we just now are getting here. So just to kind of give you guys some benefits on that, but I guess we'll talk a little bit more about that. But Pong, got to pass it off to you, man. The uncanny gentleman in our gaming space. Some people like to call you the encyclopedia of gaming, since you've been playing games since Pong. But I just like to call you the gentleman, my brother from another.
Keep reminding people how old I am, Steel. That's fine. Just keep doing it, brother. I like reminding people, because you definitely have a wealth of knowledge that I feel like some people would overlook or some people don't care about. And I'm experienced, Steel.
Oh yes, you are experienced. I like it. See, now you're learning. See, now we're getting somewhere. Nah, but
come on, brother.
But no, man.
Yeah.
I got to pass it off to you, man. Again, the fact that we're doing this together, I'll go ahead and get the sweet and lovely stuff out now before the end of the show. Got to lead in with love before we get to some smoke and maybe get some help segments later. Look, man, if it wasn't for the community, who knows where we would be at right now. Again, the kind of the bond that we created, the friendship that we've created, much love to you, man. And I got to pass it off to you. And shout out to the amazing Rand Althor.
The man with the million is in the house.
What's going on, Rand? Shout out to you, man. They call you Rand Al Insider, I heard, but you're good people too, man. You're another integral piece of our community. Definitely a pillar. I love your attitude. I love your energy. You stand on your laurels, and that's an amazing thing, because you know who you are as a gamer. So,
isn't he a part of Jez's show? Isn't that what Rand is
his
famous
show.
for?
It's his show with jazz on it. But yeah, something like that. But yeah, Paul, give it to the people, man. Yeah. What you been into this week? How you feeling?
Look, Steel. This industry is the hottest industry in the entire world right now. I am so happy to be a part of it. It is great to be here today, every Saturday, in fact, but today with my brother Steel. Of course, you, sir, you run everything behind the scenes, and it is absolutely amazing to have gotten to know you. And over the past 2 days, spending nearly 18 plus hours
it's been a
in
while.
A brand new game in Dying Light 2. Yeah, it's been crazy, man. Has been awesome. This week has been, again, it's always is. It's real life, man. What are we going to do? So it's busy. And I didn't even get to do Xbox Factor podcast. The Bungie news dropped.
I was able to be there in your stead, though.
Yes, you were. You held the fort down. You brought the energy to Living Splitscreen. Factor was in full effect on Xbox Factor. So, no, that was awesome, man. But I didn't get to talk about it until Thursday with PM and the PM. So it's been crazy week again. News is flying everywhere, but I love it, man. We actually get to talk a lot of Sony this week,
right?
Which is awesome. We've been talking so much Xbox.
It's always great, right? Man. Mm-hmm.
but we get to talk it this week for sure. But we are definitely zombie killing experts, playing as much Dying Light 2 as we have done. Like Steel said, we'll get into it about Dying Light 2 for sure. Early impressions, man, it just like Steel said, it's crazy how much we did, and it was like, we're not even close to finishing this thing. We're not even close to finishing this game right now.
Exactly.
But no, this week has been great, Steel. Speaking of which, Shorter, what have I learned from the community this week? What did the community
bring the segment
teach
back
me this week?
Bring the segment.
Yeah. You know what's crazy?
What's up?
You know what's crazy, Steve?
What's up, man?
What I learned from the community this week is that Sony now owns Halo. Sony now owns Halo. They own Halo. It's going PS5 exclusive.
Nice.
Master Chief Collection is on the way to Spartacus.
Oh yeah.
Look, it's over with. It's over
Game
with.
over. What is Xbox going to do, right?
Sony walked in for $3.6 billion.
Bought Halo.
And bought Halo.
Nice.
Man, crazy. And I also learned, Steel,
God.
if we haven't heard enough, Steel,
we definitely got to talk about
learned that Microsoft is killing off gaming once again. This is the ultimate Trojan horse. Game Pass is the Trojan horse to the takeover of the entire industry. We are going to buy all of our games from Microsoft and Xbox. Nobody else except for Nintendo.
Hey, Master Chief said, Doom Reaper said Master Chief going third person. Sad dad sim. He's going to be a sad dad for Cortana.
Can we have a little, can you imagine how great that game would be? A little kid Master Chief.
A little Cortana running around?
A little Cortana.
Yeah.
Awesome.
See?
Her blue hair. She doesn't even have, you know what? She could just have the armor and the blue hair, and that would be like the perfect mix.
That's it. That's all you need. That's all you need.
That's all we need. That's all we do. We'd have little Cortana running around with Master Chief.
There you go.
As they try to find, I don't know, what would they even try to find?
Hey, they're going to find the Halo rings, man, you know?
To find the Halo rings? That's going to be the whole story?
They're going to be finding the Halo rings, man. They're going to find the Halo arrays, man. You know what I'm saying?
Sad Master Chief.
Save the world from the flood, you know? Chief.
Okay. Yeah, we've had some fun. But yeah, no, it's definitely getting crazy out there. The circus is always in town, and it's just amazing to me. It's amazing to me, Steel. And I'm being serious here. Yeah. When I started seeing that stuff about Halo, these are people that honestly are on Twitter. Like I went into a bunch of the gamers who were saying this. I actually went into because some of them were people I'd never seen before, just showing up out of the blue. So I went into their Twitter feeds to see who they were. These are actual gamers who are on Twitter to talk about gaming. And they still believe that Halo was owned by Bungie. Like they literally believe that Sony was buying Halo for $3.6 billion. That was the deal. That amazes me. Steel, we always talk about how a lot of the stuff that we discuss on these shows and in this community never will get the masses don't care, right? They don't pay attention to this stuff. And here we have a perfect example of gamers who are on Twitter looking at gaming news, having these false ideas, these impressions that Halo was still owned by Bungie after all these years, and that Microsoft was just licensing Halo.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny to me, Pong? The realization, not even a realization, when people out themselves and visibly show that they don't know what they're talking about or don't spend time doing just a little bit of research, man. I pride myself in not trying to look stupid or just knowing what I'm talking about, right? But I'm also a Halo fan, so I guess I could be a little bit biased here, but it's just weird to me, man, because it's like where did y'all get this whole idea from? I mean, why do you think they made Destiny? They come on, man. Just gotta do a little bit of research. My fault,
but that's why we talk about this all the time, Steel. Like that's like the people we're trying to reach, because these people in these bubbles that don't hear good information. And Steel, you and I have corrected ourselves here. We've had people in the chat correct us if we've been wrong about the smallest detail, right? We do try to present great information, but even our because let's be real here. We bring news, but at the same time, most of our commentary is going to be opinion because we're not in the industry. We're not in these places that we're talking about when we talk about specific devs and talk about all these ideas. It's an opinion-based kind of commentary, right? But we still try to be real with it and give everybody that comes and shows up to the show live or listens to us later real good information where they can base their opinion, even if it's different from ours, on real information.
Right.
The fact that there's still people out there who consider themselves gamers, right? Which is fine. Again, I don't gatekeep anybody. If you play on mobile, if you play Candy Crush each month, you're a gamer. To me, I don't care. That doesn't bother me. But what I'm saying is people who are actually interested in this industry, actually enough to be on Twitter to create a profile where they go and look for gaming news, to honestly still to this day believe that Halo was owned by Bungie is shocking to me. And it wasn't just one dude. It was a lot of people. And then you saw it like spread. Like a couple people started it and then it spread. Now it didn't get very far because of course most people jumped in right away and said, what are you talking about? This is Halo is not owned by Bungie. Where have you been? So most people jumped in and corrected them right away, but it still shows as to why we try to give good information to our listeners here, our audience, because there's a lot of bubbles out there giving bad information. And there's a lot of people waking up suddenly this week to more comments from Jim Ryan about where Sony is headed that had no idea, that would have no idea that Sony was headed in a certain direction following Xbox and wondering what the heck was going on because they're listening to the wrong people. Right. And that's the sad part about it. So again, that's what I learned from the community. And of course, that Adam dude who put out that TikTok video that now has spread like wildfire, trying to preach doom and gloom that Xbox, Microsoft is killing off the entire industry. And we're all just going to be servants of Microsoft, and we're going to have to take what they dish to us and like it because they're going to be the only company left.
I'll be honest to say that I don't necessarily think that that's necessarily the case. Again, the guy is known for putting that kind of content out there, for stirring things up. Again, that's what he's good at. He definitely got the reaction that he wanted. What was crazy to me more so is the fact that my wife sent me that from TikTok, right? And mind you, she typically doesn't look at gaming content like that. Like the only way she knows about stuff that's going on in the industry is if I talk about it with her or around her or whatever the case might be. So the fact that she sent me that, it already had 200,000 likes on it when she sent it to me. And then I go to sleep and the next day it's all over Twitter and what people are talking about and arguing over. And it probably went live last night, but me and Pong were gaming, man. So, is insanity to me. So it just kind of shows you the deeper reach that some people do have and the why that because unfortunately, yes, we are going to have to speak on it. We will speak on it because he did bring up some interesting points. I don't agree with them at all, but it is kind of a consensus that other people have had also, but I want to give another side of that story to it, right?
Gloom, man. It's the pessimism.
It's completely unnecessary. It really is. To me, it does show that people don't necessarily understand what's going on, but again, how
big this industry is. That's the problem.
We'll definitely speak on that though, because that'll definitely be a get some help segment.
Yeah, that would be definitely get some help segment. Look. Anyways, this week has been great, Steel. Dying Light 2, like Steel said, we'll get down into it. We're going to get to this next week in gaming here. Steel and I always do this in our intros. We wind up talking about everything but our intros. But no, it's great to be here, Steel. Living Splitscreen, episode 43, February the 5th already.
Yeah,
Steel,
man.
we are 9 months away, 9 months in a week, and I'll be playing Starfield. Unbelievable. I don't care. I'm going to keep pushing that out there because it is crazy that I'm gonna have Starfield in my hands in 9 months. I can't believe it. I'm so excited, but this is a great time to be here to be discussing this industry, and nobody I'd rather be doing it with, brother, than you. So glad to be here, and beautiful people. Thank you, like Steel said, for showing up each and every week and showing us love and support. Steel and I do something different here. Obviously, most of it, 95% of it is off the cuff. right? So this is what you get here. We are going to talk what we want to talk, when we want to talk it. And if you guys bring something up in the chat,
we'll discuss it.
You know, we're going to discuss it as well. So great to see everybody here. Thank you all for showing up. And Steel, let's get down to this. Let's do this.
Let's get the nitty gritty going on, man. If you're ready, I'll go ahead and get it set up, man.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Let's get into this upcoming week in gaming, where we go over not only what's happening within this next week, but the games that are releasing, because maybe you have some hype for some things that are coming out next week. So let's get into it, man. And I actually have a wonderful transition for it. Well, actually, it's not
Steel doing the work.
Transition,
again, appreciate everything you do behind the scenes, brother. Appreciate
upcoming games, February 6th to February 12th, brought to you by Living Splitscreen. Let's get to it.
I can't wait till we can say brought to you by G Fuel or brought to you by Manscaped, like the Xbox 2. Shout out to Jez and Rand. I can't wait till we start getting those.
One day.
It's gonna be fun, man. We're gonna have so much fun with those.
We know it. We gonna have a good time with it.
Yeah, so we got a pretty interesting week of games, actually.
You excited about this first one? I know it.
So yeah, I am actually, and so much content coming, man. You forget,
bro,
it still boggles my mind going from being a kid and getting so few new releases that we would hear about, right? And now it's just like every freaking week there is something going on here. So number one, man, February 8th, Ollie World.
No, you're excited.
Oh, look, this is a cool game, man. If it's skateboarding, it's got one of the coolest aesthetics out there when you look at it. Again, I always talk about color palettes. There are some color palettes that grab you.
Right.
This one does, and I love just it's challenging.
Yeah.
The first Ollie World was challenging. This one, they look like they've taken it to a whole nother level. I've had my eye on this for a while. It's challenging, and yet it's extremely chill. It's just a nice, relaxing game to sit back to, especially if you're into skateboarding, if you're into that kind of style. Oh, check out Ollie World. This is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, all on February 8th. Looking great. I don't know if I'm going to pick it up day one, but it's definitely going to be on my wish list, and I will be picking it up at some point because I do want to chill with this one.
And it's brought to you by Private Division, the guys who make Outer Worlds, who brought out the Outer Worlds DLC, I believe, the Gorgon DLC that they put out. I can't remember the name of it. They also brought up Disintegration, when I actually touched on. That game actually, unfortunately, ended up dying. They had some good concepts in there, though, man. And I'm kind of sad about that because the PvP was kind of fun. I just feel like they just didn't have enough behind them to really get that going. And then they also brought Hades, Kerbal Space Program, Darkborn. So, I mean, they got some pedigree there, man. And with Ollie World, maybe they'll grab some more audience. That's what it's about.
They're a great support studio. They've helped in a lot of great games, but Ollie World, the first one, was fairly big. I mean, people do know about Ollie World.
That's perfect.
Like I said, taking this next one to the next level, that's what you love to see. When studios come back and do that sequel is, hey, what did you learn from the first one and how are you implementing it into the second one to make it even better? And this one definitely looks like they've gone that route. So I can't wait to see this. Then we got a big one, Steel. I know you are looking forward to this on PC, obviously. PlayStation 5 console launch exclusive, obviously. We'll see. It's probably going to come to Xbox, but you never know with Sony.
We'll see.
But since it's on PC as well, right out the gates, I imagine it probably will. Sifu is looking absolutely brilliant. I wish it was coming to Xbox. I'm going to miss out on this one for the time being.
You'll see some gameplay. Don't worry.
Excuse me, I had a cough there. But yeah, the gameplay on Sifu. Steel and I were talking this behind the scenes the other night. Go watch the latest. Like, they've shown a ton of this game, and everybody was really hyped for it. The combat looks fantastic, but they came up their latest trailer that they showed off.
Oh my god, yeah, it was fire.
Yo, look. The way that I love to describe it is because Arkham did it best. Batman Arkham.
You're talking to me. Oh, talk to him.
Did it the best, right? Their combat system. I call it the Arkham dance. Okay, when it comes to combat. Because you get into it's almost a rhythm-based game at that point when you get into combat and you learn how to do the parries, to do the dodges, and you get into that flow when you got a group of people surrounding you, a group of enemies surrounding you. and you're taking them down one by one as they come at you. I call it the Arkham dance. And this latest trailer that they put out there showed that off beautifully. Absolutely love what I'm seeing from this game. Kind of a roguelike, because as you learn new skills, but when you die, you come back, but you're older. And the goal of the game is to, I believe, from what I've read, from what I've heard, from what I've seen, is to finish the game without getting so old that you eventually die. So you want to try to get there as young as possible, because that means you've had the least amount of deaths possible, right? So I think that's kind of the challenge of this game. I can't wait to get my hands on it. I hope at some point it does come to Xbox, because I would love to play this. I'm going to rely on Steel to be telling me about it. I'm going to live vicariously through Steel when he plays this. Maybe eventually I'll get a PlayStation 5 here at some point, and I'll be able to knock it out too. But Sifu looking great. Steel, you've seen the scene things I have, right?
Yeah, man. So when I first saw Sifu, again, like I always say here, I'm a combat eccentric dude when it comes to games. Devil May Cry being one of my favorite games of all time, favorite series of all time, honestly. It really sets that bar up there high for me. And to hear that this is coming from Slow Clap, also the same studio that made Absolver, which they did great things with that game. They introduced a lot of martial arts styles, a lot of like excellent gameplay as far as combat goes. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't able to spend a lot of time in the Observer itself. And that's unfortunate, just because I was locked into other games. But I did enjoy the little bit that I played of it on PC. But not only that, I've heard some great things about it. And if this is like their next iteration, I know Absolver was more of a multiplayer kind of experience where you fight other people. I know it had a single player aspect to it also. So where you basically learn the different martial arts styles. But to see them make this next level, take this next step with Sifu, and again, take that roguelite kind of experience to it, where as you die, you age, is a very interesting thing to me, because that's going to be the challenge in itself. I can't die. Okay, you tell me if I die, I get older. Okay, well, my goal is to just not die then. And then when Pong says things like, you know, when we watch recent trailers and things like that, and he says, oh man, this really reminds me of that Arkham dance. And I tell Pong all the time, that Arkham combat, especially in Arkham Knight, is undeniable, bro. Like, it is so lovely feeling, like the feeling that you get when you get into that. And the reason why we call it a dance, because there's a rhythm to it. Like, you have to be in it. Like, and you can't just be like pressing random buttons. I know some people, you'll see videos of some people.
You can brawl if you want to.
Yeah, but some people will say, clean. Oh, you can just press one button. You can just press one button and it'll dodge everything. And it's like, okay, I see what you're saying, but if you're like actually trying to get the experience out of the game, you're fighting back. You're doing different combos because you want it to flow. It's all about that flow, and it looks like Sifu's going to do those same things. So I'm excited to see where it takes us, man. I'm 100% excited.
Absolutely. I cannot wait to see how this game turns out. Next up, Action Arcade Wrestling, which has been out on PC since 2019, also came out on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One back in August of 2021, is coming to the Switch. Yeah. So all you wrestling fans out there, our Action Arcade Wrestling, check it out. Backbone is coming to Switch also, which came out on Game Pass on Xbox. Oh, wow. That was just on, that was October 28th, 2021. Look, I fooled around with Backbone a little bit. If you're looking for a narrative kind of detective story with animals, with animals that are humanistic kind of, they're humanistic, obviously, but it's fun. It's interesting. It's definitely not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but I would highly recommend, if you are into that narrative kind of detective mystery solving, old school. It's side scrolling. But there's a lot here. There's like a lot of story, and the character development is pretty good. I played it probably for about 5 hours, and had a blast with it. So, definitely one that's on my list to get back to again. Definitely check it out. It's different from what you think it is. It's very adult. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Very adult. So there's a lot of themes in there. Definitely not for kids, even with the animals. You might look at it and be like, that might be kind of a kiddie game.
Nah.
It's not a kiddie game.
Nah.
Not at all. Not at all. So go check out Backbone. Otherwise, what do we got up next? We've got, oh boy, this is a weird one. Crossfire X. So this game has gone through many different levels of hype. This game, it's coming to Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One as a console launch exclusive. Nowhere else is it coming from. So, a couple things to this one for anybody who doesn't know, and everybody seems to get kind of confused on this.
Right.
So obviously, Crossfire X is a multiplayer game first.
Yes, originally
done by South Korean developer Smilegate.
Yes.
Okay. We got the initial kind of beta last year and it didn't go over well, right? So they've positioned themselves as kind of that hardcore first person shooter, right? And it just didn't hit at all from anybody that I talked to. Now it's big over in South Korea, they went back to, they took a lot of time with it. So hopefully the multiplayer is going to come out good. Now they went and hired Remedy to do a campaign for this game. And we all know with Remedy, they aren't the best on getting their games out on time. So I don't know if some of this extended time frame, because it was supposed to launch last year and it didn't happen, right? And they delayed it.
Right.
So I don't know if that was on Remedy's end or if that was on Smilegate's end. There was this confusion that the game was going to be on Game Pass. Well, that was actually never really said out loud.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people were like, well, it's coming to Game Pass. The campaign that they showed off looked absolutely awesome when it came from Remedy, right? What they showed us, this action-drenched campaign that just looked explosive, looked off the charts. People were hyped for it. Well, certain people have gotten previews of this and started seeing some stuff, and everybody's kind of come out of it and said, it's not, there's not a lot there. Like, people weren't impressed by the campaign.
Right.
And then it came out that Crossfire X, the first part of the campaign, will actually be available to Game Pass Ultimate users, I believe is what it is at this point, right? And there was a time when people thought it was being published by Xbox, the campaign side of things. That is no longer happening. Smilegate is publishing all of it.
Right.
So this game has gone through a lot to get to this point at launch, as far as kind of the whole marketing aspect of it goes. There's a lot of confusion out there. Look, I'm going to download it, obviously. It's $25. Look, they've got different levels that you can support this game on. Okay. So if you go into the store right now, there's like a $15 level, there's like an $18 level or $19 level, whatever or something. It is, and then there's like a $25 level. $25 level will get you the whole thing, the campaign and the multiplayer, with some bonuses in the multiplayer. The multiplayer
and
looks,
stuff.
Yeah, the multiplayer is definitely going to be monetized by the sounds of it. So go check it out. Go look. I'm going to download it because it's going to be in Game Pass for the Ultimate, the first part of it. I'm going to check out the campaign because I love what Remedy does. I am a Remedy fan. I know some people aren't. But Crossfire X looks to be very interesting, and I want to see what Smilegate has done with the multiplayer. So I will definitely check this out. Again, we have so many games right now that if you're not hitting on all cylinders out the gate with the multiplayer,
it's hard, man. Yeah.
It's an uphill battle. It's a real uphill battle. So I know it's popular elsewhere, so it's got that going for it. I just don't know if it's going to catch on over here, but I'm definitely going to check it out. Steel, are you going to just check it out because it's in Game Pass and see what it's about?
Maybe, but again, like I always say, I'm very bougie about the games that I play, and the ones that get my time. I'm not necessarily interested in trying this game. I said, but again, I don't leave anything out of the field. I said the same thing about Extraction, and I played it for an hour, and then I'm all about that game. So, it just depends, man. Because, now that we got Dying Light 2, do we go back to Rainbow Six Extraction? I don't know. It's going to depend on how far we get into Dying Light 2, how well that end game holds us up. I'm going to kind of go from there. I don't know. Maybe. I might try it. But I'm really leaning on the edge of I'm not really caring for it. So I'm not jumping on it, I should say. But it is in Game Pass for that first half, at least for campaign gameplay. So at least I would suggest anybody that has interest, definitely try it out, man. It doesn't, if anything, it's part of your subscription, right?
Exactly. It's part of your subscription. You get to try it out. Like I said, I'm more interested in the campaign side of things.
Right.
Obviously, not being full priced helps. It's going to be a shorter campaign. Obviously, this is not like a full fledged, 15-hour campaign, 15-hour campaign. I'm expecting something very short here from Remedy, but I do love what Remedy does. So, I'm very curious at how this one turned out. So I am definitely going to hop into it just to see. Next one has been one on my list, but has been flying under a bunch of people's radar.
I'm interested, but I don't know how I feel.
Bro, this is looking good. So this is Edge of Eternity. Now, this is coming out to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC.
Yes.
It is also dropping into Game Pass. Everybody looking for some JRPG love? Edge of Eternity is for you. This is from Midgar Studio, relatively newer studio.
Right.
Okay. They don't have a whole lot underneath their belt. They've got this game and they've got Hover. Okay. Which I played Hover. It was on Game Pass. Had some performance issues, big time. But it was a love letter to Jet Set Radio.
Right.
Okay. It's a love letter. There's a lot of Jet Set Radio in that game. So it's got a lot of cool stuff to it, but it's more of an MMO.
Right.
Definitely heavily reliant upon people being in there and playing it. And like I said, performance wise, had some problems. I had a hard time, it was like stuttering, like it was bad, like at some point. So, but again, this game, Edge of Eternity, if you just look at it at face value, if you go look at the videos, it may not be like current gen, next level JRPG stuff, but we're talking about really good animation.
It's classic.
It's classic.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it looks really good, and it's dropping in a Game Pass. So for all my fellow JRPG lovers out there, Edge of Eternity, hey, there's no risk. It's in Game Pass. If you got Game Pass, download it. Otherwise, everybody else, please check it out. Look at the videos, watch it. Obviously, the reviews will be dropping on this. Hopefully, some reviewers are picking it up. Again, this is flying underneath a lot of people's radar, but we saw this at some Xbox shows last year.
Yes.
And I was like, dang, okay. We got some old Square like kind of animation here. I really like the look of it. And so I'm definitely gonna be checking this out. So that comes out on the 10th. So please go check that one out. I'll
tell you one thing. If Pokemon has done one thing for me, it has made me look at wanting to possibly try some other turn-based games. Edge of Eternity might be one of those. Again, with Game Pass, man, like it just makes it easier to try try games out to see if it is for me. Now, I'm not saying that, I'm 100% interested, but it has piqued my interest a little bit. I will say that, but anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, no, and it is a strategy RPG.
Yes, it is.
They do have dynamic
combat.
Turn-based combat.
Yes.
So they do that combo kind of that Square went to with the Final Fantasy series early on. So it's definitely going to give you more than just a straight up turn-based feel to it. It does have some combos and stuff with the other with your other characters. So yeah, man, I'm looking forward to this one. I can't wait to dive in and see what it's about. It's giving me some Star Ocean vibes. And
I can definitely say that.
I love Star Ocean, and it's giving me some of those vibes. So I definitely looking forward to this one. Then on PC, we've got Cardboard Kings coming out February 10th. I have no idea. It definitely looks like open the world's best game shop. So is this a game shop simulator?
It's a simulator. Hey man, you get to be your GameStop representative that you always wanted to be.
Okay. So their quick description is open your own card game shop, buy and sell cards to earn reputation, customize your shop, hunt down the legendary cards, and become the cardboard king. So yeah, that's exactly what it is. You're opening up your own card shop.
There you go.
Simulator.
Play a little bit of Magic on the table here and there, you know. Maybe some D&D, you know.
Look, PC gets all the craziness. So why not, right? Why not have a cardboard shop or a card shop simulator? Why not at this point? That is Cardboard Kings, February 10th. Kingdom Hearts 2.8, the final chapter prologue coming to Switch. I know Steel's picking this up.
No, I'm not.
No? Okay.
No.
So actually, the entire Kingdom Hearts is coming to Switch on February 10th. We got Kingdom Hearts 2.8, the final chapter prologue, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 plus 2.5 remix, and Kingdom Hearts 3 all showing up on Switch on February the 10th. I actually like Kingdom Hearts. I didn't play through them. I played them though. I touched on both on PlayStation 4, and then when it came over to Xbox Game Pass, I played it as well again. I actually enjoy the crossover with Disney in this one. I think they do some really cool things with it. However, there are some Square Enix fans who don't like this at all, and then there's the other group that absolutely loves Kingdom Hearts. We're talking about getting tattoos. I love Kingdom Hearts.
It's a classic. So, I mean, you got a lot of classic IP in there too, man. I mean, you got Disney, a lot of the Disney characters and everything. I mean, it sells itself, honestly. And you know, I tried to play through Kingdom Hearts before. I don't know if it was the graphics that bothered me or just the gameplay mechanics. It's not for me. Like I just have zero interest to play that game. I understand why people like it. I understand why people have fun with it, but it's just not for me, man. That's me personally.
Oh no, absolutely. And again, there is a big group out there that really don't like it at all. So like,
nothing wrong with it.
I've seen some big time hate for Kingdom Hearts.
Nothing wrong with it.
No. I think it's cool, and I think they represent the Disney characters well.
Yes,
in it.
I do like what they do.
Which is the main thing for me. Like they really get the feel of the Disney, the different locations that you go to where you meet the different Disney characters. They really do a great job of representing that in the game. And so that for me is the fun part about it. So, but yeah, so the whole Kingdom Hearts trilogy coming to mobile gaming over on Switch. So since I know none of you Switch players out there dock your Switch, but in any way,
they'll fight you on that, Pong. They're going to fight you on that.
I know they're going to respect the hustle, baby. I love Nintendo. Don't worry about it. Respect the hustle. All right. No by Heart. That's KNOW. By Heart is coming to PC, developed by Ice Pick Lodge, self-published as well by Ice Pick Lodge. They call it this looks like, they call it an adventure. Man. It looks like OFK, like early release. That's what it looks like here.
I mean, they said they were looking for you.
Holding a guitar.
They were looking for you, Paul. They were looking for you.
I don't know. But No by Heart is coming to PC. And then the final one of the week is Lost Ark, also coming to PC on February the 11th. And this is by Amazon Games, everybody. It's published by Amazon Games, developed by Smilegate, we were just talking about. So Smilegate has a PC game coming out. I believe is this an MMO?
Yeah, it's an MMO. It's an MMO.
MMO.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is it's an action RPG it's an action RPG MMO. But yeah, it's an MMO overall. But this is one of those ones that they've had some trailers for and everything. That looks like it has some potential. I mean, again, we'll see what ends up happening. I know I might end up trying it out. From some of the things that I've seen about it, it does have me interested. So I don't know. We'll see. It's
like a Diablo-esque.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but it's got the Eastern flavor to it, which is awesome. I love what I've seen out of the combat. So absolutely go check out Lost Ark if you're on PC. See if it's something that you're going to be interested in. Mm-hmm. Again, Smilegate's doing some big things, man. They're big over on that side of the world. So, you know, who knows? It looks like they put a lot of production value into this game. The combat looks amazing. So go check out Lost Ark on PC February 11th. And then let's take a look at Xbox Wire here real quick, just to see if there's anything I missed on this. So let's see if there's any Game Pass. We already talked about Edge of Eternity coming to Game Pass. Oh, Besiege console game preview. This is a physics-based building game with castles. So you're sieging castles and stuff. Look, I'm about this. So I saw this the other day pop up and I was like, oh, dang, coming to Xbox Game Pass.
Right.
You know, I'm going to download this. That comes on February the 10th. Looks kind of cool. Let's see here. What else we got? Edge of Eternity, which we already talked about.
Yep.
Let me go back up here real quick to Crossfire X real quick. Let me see here. Xbox game. Okay. So let me give you, since we talked about Crossfire X, let me give you what Xbox specifically is saying. So a legendary PC franchise comes to Xbox in a fast-paced first-person shooter, offering a variety of exhilarating multiplayer experiences and a cinematic campaign that explores the global conflict between the world's two most formidable private military factions. Xbox Game Pass members will have access to the single-player campaign, Operation Catalyst. You can also purchase the original or originator package, founder package, and ultimate edition to enhance your Crossfire X experience. So again, take that for what it is. But again, the single player campaign, Operation Catalyst, is coming to Game Pass.
Okay.
So again, go download that if you get a chance, and check it out if it's something that you're interested in. Again, if you're not a Remedy fan, I don't know. I mean, check it out anyways, just because it does look, again, it's got high production value. I don't know what, I just saw people say it just didn't hit. Like when they saw the preview stuff, that it wasn't something that was grabbing them. So again, go check it out though. And I think that's it. There's no other Game Pass games. So the Siege one is the only other one that we missed, which is a game preview. But I'm definitely Besiege console is what it's called. So I can't wait to go check that one out. So that's this upcoming week in gaming, Steel. Hey, before trying to think where we want to do this. Stuff Sean had a question in the chat.
Yes, he did. And I got it. He said, Stuff Sean said, Spartacus is coming soon. Do Xbox come out just after it with a new and improved Game Pass? Remove Xbox Live and family plans for to steal its thunder?
Yeah. So try to think if we fit that in anywhere else. No, let's just answer this question quick here. Stuff Sean, great question. No, short answer, no. I don't believe that Xbox has to do anything with Game Pass right now. Do I believe eventually that Xbox Gold Live will go away? Yes, I do. I think there's a number that they hit with subscribers. I believe personally it's around 50 million subscribers. When they hit that, Xbox Gold will go away, and they'll just try to convert everybody over to Game Pass at that point. Right. So I think that's what their ultimate goal is. Family plans. Look, I don't need one, but I know people like Mav, Fun Speculation, need one bad. I know there's a lot of people out there that have been calling for this. I completely understand why. And I agree they should have some type of family plan. Right. Shout out to Fuzzy Belvedere as well. Right now, I think he's got 3 Game Pass subscriptions because of his sons.
Right.
So there's people like that really could use it. And I think it makes a lot of sense, but I just don't know if I've heard Rand talk about it because people ask Rand and Jez all the time about this. And Rand said, he just doesn't think that there's any plans for it right now, that it's something that they probably looked at. So I don't think that Xbox has to respond to Spartacus. I think they need to. I think what they're doing is their own thing right now. And I think they've trailblazed, and I don't think they have to respond because I don't think that Sony is going to bring the value that Game Pass has. We talked about this. They could have some different things available to their Sony customers that do make it valuable. But I don't think at the end of the day, they're going to be able to offer 400 plus games in their Spartacus service out the gate. And I don't think they're going to do day and date out the gate, except for maybe a select title here and there. So I just don't think that Xbox has to respond and steal any thunder whatsoever. I think they let Spartacus come out, and it's going to be what it is. We don't know yet. We don't know cost. We don't know any of it. And I think that Xbox, unless they started seeing a bunch of people leave Game Pass and start to go over to Spartacus for the Xbox or for the PlayStation ecosystem, I don't think they have to respond. I think they're doing their own thing. I think they're the leaders right now in that. And I think they kind of control their own destiny at this point. What do you think, Steel?
No pun intended. For me personally, because you were saying making a lot of amazing points right there. But for me personally, again, Microsoft is good at services. No matter what services anybody else can put out, unless it was like an Amazon or a Google that have some actual funding behind it, kind of like what Pong just mentioned. Unless Sony offers something very similar to what Game Pass is, directly dropping games day and date, I don't think so. And I don't think Microsoft is looking to is going to have to bite back for what? You're at this point. You're going to have to bite back to Microsoft always at this point, because Microsoft already has been working on this for a while. Since, a lot of people go back to 2017, but it's even further than that, because Xbox has been working on backwards compatibility since the Xbox 360. So since 2013, more so, where I kind of put it, because that's when they really made sure that that was an integral part of the Xbox ecosystem. It's kind of hard when you as the competition don't look at it that way, or haven't looked at it that way, or just now are wanting to dedicate yourself to give your community, your ecosystem, more of a reason for people to invest in it. Again, like I'll always say, Sony to me has a hard time retaining its consumers, unless they drop hits. People don't stay within the ecosystem. People don't stay subscribed. That's why you look at the service the way that it is, and it's okay. But stuff evolves, and you see what Xbox is kind of doing, and it's making you look at things differently. And whether you want to believe it or not, it is making consumers look at gaming a little bit differently. No matter who you talk to it about, once you tell people that, hey, you have a subscription service that you can pay X amount of dollars a month for, and you get X amount of games, they're like, no way. There's nothing like that. You know what I mean? Like a couple games, sure. But you mean I could play all these games for just like 10 to 15 bucks a month? It's like, yeah. I mean, I would at least tell you to try it out. Right now they got a $1 deal, but even at 10 to 15 bucks a month, I still find it worth trying, because if not, you're going to spend $70, $60 to $70 on a game anyway. Why not spend that 10 to 15 just to try the service out and see if it's for you? I'm not saying that it has to be for everybody. Again, Game Pass is not the better, I'm not going to say better alternative, but Game Pass isn't the end all to be all. You can still buy your games. You can still get them physically. It's just another option. And for kind of Sony's kind of is playing catch up at this point. So I don't see a point for any point at all for Microsoft to say, oh, now we got to bite back because Spartacus is doing this. It doesn't matter what Sony releases into their service. It's going to be older games that people say they don't care about, because that's kind of been the trend anyway. Single player games only get you so far, unfortunately, and especially in this day and era. And I could be a little bit biased on that, because I will always say here, multiplayer games, a game that has multiplayer will always pull me before a single player only game will. And there's a lot of other people who are like that. And you obviously see that due to the battle royales, the different multiplayer types with Call of Duty, and now going into Halo and Apex and Battlefield. Like, it's becoming an expectation, right? So unless you have something like that, it's hard to compete with that. But that's not to say that they won't. I am interested to really see what they're going to bring in there, and whether they're going to give people value or not, to make Xbox kind of make sure that they are doing right by their consumer. That's the main thing. Because throughout this whole thing, whether you believe it's a monopoly, whatever the case may be, the main thing is that as long as we speak up as the consumer and say, hey, these are the problems that we're having, I think we'll be all right. But that's just kind of my opinion on it. And I know we had another one. I thought we had another question, and I don't think I got that written down, unfortunately. Let me see here if I can find it really quick. Let me pause for time. No, I don't think I can find it. But yeah, that's just the answer to that question. Amazing question. Stuff, Sean. I definitely appreciate that. That was an amazing thing. Again, if you ever guys have any questions, I'll definitely set them to the side. If we have a moment to get to them, we definitely will, and we'll kind of go from there. Again, that's what it's about, that community interaction. So much love to y'all for doing that, man. Pong, is there anything else you want to touch on? before we get into it neck deep. And then
let's go.
As we dive neck deep, what do you want to get into first? You want to start with the Adam Conover stuff? Adam ruins everything. Do you want to start with the Bungie talk? Do you want to start with the get some help segment? How you feeling today, man?
Oh man, let's get down and dirty with the Adam stuff. Let's just get this out of the way.
All right.
Yeah, off rip. Let's do it.
Okay, so off rip. Let's get to it. So Adam Conover made a video, and again, I wanted to avoid talking about it, but for some reason, when my wife showed it to me yesterday, and again, she is not in the gaming community. She has a TikTok that I don't believe she's subscribed to a lot of gaming content. But for this to already have had 200K likes on it when she showed it to me originally, and then for it to blow up that same evening into the next afternoon, or next day, I should say, next morning, where everybody's arguing and everything else about it, kind of speaks to the bigger picture. I know a lot of people say, oh, it's just in this bubble and everything else. No, it's not. And again, people try to stay within the community, and they always use that as an excuse that, oh, you're only speaking for what you're seeing. And it's like, no, this is Facebook, this is YouTube, this is Twitter, this is Reddit. People are talking about these things all over the place. It's like the whole console war thing. This has been a thing since the beginning of it, right? Since you go back in the day with Sega Nintendo, there's always been a preference. There's always been beef. There's always been a reason why people represent one side more than the other side. That'll never change. So these arguments will always happen. But as we move further into the future, there's this argument that Microsoft stepping into the scene and creating competition for Sony, because let's face it, they weren't competing with Nintendo at the time. Nintendo was already becoming its own thing, and they have always had the handheld market on lock. I mean, now you can argue, say PlayStation, well, they had PSP and they had PS Vita. Oh, come on, man, let's be honest. It was never a Nintendo device, though. And sometimes I do think that Sony does feel as they are Nintendo in some aspects. But what's crazy to me is just the whole conversation of anytime Microsoft is brought up into gaming conversation, it always ends up with, oh, big bad Microsoft, they're trying to take over everything, just because Microsoft, unfortunately, does have some history with that. Now, that was with Windows, so it's a little bit different, and Microsoft is a service-based company, so it's kind of hard to fault them for that. But Adam Conover made a video. Again, this is the gentleman, I'll say. I'm not going to call him out of his name, but he is the guy who started Adam Ruins Everything, where he talks about different things. And he basically kind of ruins it all over you. He lives off of hype, like giving you unnecessary not FOMO, but FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And at some points, he does bring up good aspects in conversation, and in other points, you can just kind of tell that he's just doing it because it gets attention. Now, that's neither here or there, but he made a short video on why he believed that Microsoft Activision purchase is a lot more worrying than many seem to think. Excuse me. Microsoft can use their massive cash advantage to indefinitely sell games at a loss via Game Pass, undercutting and monopolizing the industry Amazon style. Okay, so with him saying Amazon style, I understand why he's saying that, because look, Amazon has kind of taken over that front as far as like on the market side of things. Like you can literally go to Amazon and buy anything, right? Amazon has a huge community, has a huge ecosystem that everybody sells through. So I get what you're saying. Also, to the same aspect, I know me and Pong talked about this a little bit last night, because he brought it up in conversation saying that Microsoft could be possibly looking to do something similar to that. So where you have to go through Microsoft to get all of your gaming content. I don't know if that's something that you want to bring up in this section, Pong, but I'll definitely let you bring that up on your side, because you made some excellent points with that. And I think it's an interesting conversation to have. But the biggest thing that I see with this is that, yes, Microsoft does have a cash advantage. What people fail to realize, though, is that Xbox was almost pushed out of the market, and people try to dispute that, say, "Oh no, they weren't going to get pushed out the market. There's no way." Oh, people always say that. There's no truth to that. There's no validity. Yes, there is. The whole reason Phil Spencer was giving the Microsoft division was a make or break situation. Either Microsoft saw some change in Xbox, or they were going to cancel it, or they were going to drop it. 100%. And many other people have said this same thing. And then I see those same people now going back on their word and saying that, oh, that's not what I was saying. It's like, yeah, you were. You wanted Sony to kill Xbox before, and they were on the verge of doing it with their IP, their market push, and just having enough content out there for their consumer. You wanted competition. People been preaching competition, and that's the biggest thing that I have with this whole conversation as far as Microsoft goes, and them buying IP and publishers and everything else, and devs and everything else. Microsoft literally had 5 development studios in their possession in 2017. They now have over 30 studios. They showed their consumer base that they were serious about gaming, something that we all were concerned for, especially if you're into Microsoft, if you're a fan of Microsoft, or whatever the case might be, if you're an Xbox, whatever the case might be, if you're involved within that ecosystem. This is something that we've always asked for. Hey, Xbox, I love Gears, Halo, and Forza. I really do. Gears and Halo are my top 5 favorite IP of all time. But I can also be honest and say that if it wasn't for the multiplayer aspect of Microsoft, Xbox offering what they have with the party system, the service side, giving you just a great community to kind of be involved with, giving you a great ecosystem that you can kind of depend on. Now things have their faults and things, but that's why I continue to stay invested, right? Those multiplayer games, again, will always carry that weight for me. My problem is that y'all wanted competition, and now all of a sudden there's a problem with competition. And for me, and I know people try to say, oh, you try to, people try to downplay it like, oh, if it was Sony was doing it, I would say the same thing. No, you would not. And that's my problem. You are not honest. You enjoy being intellectually dishonest, because if it was the other way around, people would be parading down the street, oh, Sony killed Xbox. Look at how great Sony is. And if anybody's going to bold-faced lie to me and tell me that that is not the case, or that is not what they believed in, you are cap. And I cannot believe anything that you tell me. Why? Because Sony has brand loyalty. Sony has always had brand loyalty since they have come into making hardware. Like, Sony just doesn't make consoles. They make TVs, they made Walkmans back in the day, they make CD players, they make sound systems. Sony does a little bit of everything. They just see most of their hardware sales from their gaming console. Sony had plenty of time to establish themselves as a dominating force within the gaming ecosystem. What they failed to do is kill Xbox. They failed. And no matter how you want to spin it, no matter how you want to put it, it is Sony's fault at this point if it does not go their way. They could have made those investments. They could have taken Xbox more seriously, but they did not. They did not see Xbox as a threat. PlayStation was trying to kill Xbox. That has been stated. You can look it up. You can do the research. You can do the Googles and find out the information for yourself. That is why they do the exclusivity deals. That's why they do those yearly deals, to give people a reason to invest in their ecosystem, right? Now that the opposite side of the fence is doing it, now that the competition is doing it, now there's a problem. Oh, but I thought we believed in competition. I thought we believed in our gaming community. I thought we believed in seeing the ecosystem grow. No, you don't. It's blatantly obvious because of brand loyalty. Still to this day, you will run into parents, people that call any game system, especially if they're not involved, oh, you got a PlayStation? It's going to be the first thing out of their mouth. First thing. And I know this from firsthand experience. I've been doing this for 20 years, man. Even on PC gaming, people talked about PlayStation. And 100% they have every reason to. PlayStation, what I love about PlayStation is that they do put detail in their games. That is undeniable. Nobody can deny that. And they pride themselves into that. I feel like that's that whole, that whole Asian kind of persona where there's just a certain amount of honor that they have, right? And it carries into gaming also. Again, my biggest thing with any of these conversations is that whether it be the service side or whatever the case might be, because we'll also talk about the whole Activision Bungie deal as things have settled down and people have kind of doubled down with Satya has kind of said, yeah, this is the kind of vision that we have as far as the service side and everything. But I just want people to be able to be honest with themselves. For me personally. Now, if you don't want to be, hey, you live in your own world. That's what this is here for. This is, at the end of the day, this is just a hobby. This is just a passion. This is just, you're an enthusiast who enjoys what we do here in gaming. And that's perfectly fine. But just because Microsoft shows their consumer base that they are serious about gaming, which was a fear for that consumer base who has invested into Microsoft and Xbox, because they both go hand in hand with each other, that Xbox was going to get pushed out. That didn't end up happening. Phil and others and his team were able to come together and say, look, Satya, man, look, this, we need to do something different. You said to give you a reason. I think taking it the service-based route, this is something we're already good at. Why not just take it this direction? Obviously, we cannot compete with hardware, especially with people who have been doing it for 3 decades. More. Plus, however you want to put it. We can't. There's too much brand loyalty out there. That's like saying Fila competes with Jordan, or Adidas competes with Jordan. Not really. It's brand loyalty. People are always going to pick Jordan over Adidas. Always. Now, you might have your personal preference, but when you look into the community, people have their preferences. And I just want people to be able to speak to the bigger picture onto and not be dishonest with themselves and say that, oh, because Microsoft has all this money around, they have all this money, they can cut these deals and they can establish themselves. Look at that key word, establish themselves within the gaming industry. How recently did they do this, Pong? Within the last 5 years, right?
Correct, sir.
So with that, and I know the people have had enough of me, I want to pass it off to you because you had some amazing points that you also brought up last night. And again, the reason, ooh, shout out to Seth. I forgot I changed that sound. That was a little jiggy right there. I like that. Shout out to the sub, man. Hey, we're trying to get to that 500. And then the next step is above there. But, and Wandering Dutch said, not in the EU still. Nike is king over here. Nike is Jordan, though, Dutch. They go hand in hand with each other. That's what, like, I get what you're saying, Dutch. They go hand in hand with each other. Who makes their shoes? So it's like, I get it, but they still go hand. That adds on to my point. I should have added Nike Jordan in that conversation because that's 100% what it is. And I feel you stuff, Sean. I'm an Adidas guy myself, and I'm also half German, and I have family in Germany, so I'm a little bit biased on that. But I want to pass it off to you because you brought some excellent points up, right? You talked about some things last night that started some interesting conversation. And I kind of want to pass it off to you. How do you feel not only about Adam Conover's kind of just letting people, saying to the people, getting all the traction that he's gotten, and it kind of being the consensus for a lot of people, saying that Microsoft is just using the cash that they have to establish themselves in the market. That's the only thing. And it's bad for gaming. How do you feel about that? And then also tell the people about some of the other things that you brought up last night, man. Get into it.
Okay. Where to begin? This is a conversation that we're going to continue to have going forward. This is something that's not going to go away. Unfortunately, we do have a large percentage of human beings who do live pessimistically, who do like the doom and gloom factor of any situation, not just here in gaming. So this conversation specifically about Microsoft and Xbox and what they're currently doing in the industry is something we're going to continue to see because Microsoft and Xbox aren't done. Okay. This is not the end of it. Activision Blizzard, when this deal closes, they will be back in the hunt again to acquire more. Okay. This is the consolidation of the industry. These people running around like this Adam guy who want to take the view that the big bad Microsoft of the 90s is back again, that Godzilla has arisen, is going to destroy the city as we know it, is going to be a talking point that especially fans of Sony continue to talk about. This is a bias. This is a viewpoint that comes from a bias towards Sony, which is fine. Again, we all have our biases.
Right.
But when you allow it to affect how you think about this industry as a whole, you're putting out bad information.
Yes.
Okay. You're giving people, like you said, Steel, the FUD, right? This is not what's happening here. This industry is in a historic growth phase right now. Okay. And with that growth comes growing pains and comes change.
Yes.
Okay. And people don't like change. I get it. I totally
Humans
understand.
don't like change.
Humans don't like change, right? None of us do. But the benefits to what's happening here with what Xbox is trying to do for this industry are undeniable. And if you go ahead and make your points, and you're allowed to have your opinion, you're allowed to come out here and
100%.
talk about what you see, your perspective, right? That's fine. However, when your perspective totally ignores or dismisses all of the good things that are coming out of this change, that's where you go sideways, right? That's where you go sideways. Like I can sit here, Steel can sit here, we can have our opinions how good this is for the industry.
Right.
Can I myself go, okay, worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, things really go left here and we wind up with a couple big companies owning everything. Okay. Could I see that?
Yeah.
Sure. I can see that future, right? I could see that as one of the timelines that we possibly go down.
Right.
So I don't dismiss the fact that I don't want to see everything gobbled up by one or two companies, because yes, at the end of the day, what would that mean? That would mean bad things for the consumer at the end of the day. Okay. That would mean that the whole narrative that we talk about right now flips. Okay. And all of a sudden, if you want a game, you got to play by only one or two or two people dictating all the rules. Okay. Right. Yeah. That's bad news. Okay. Right. I agree with that. However, what we are seeing currently is not even close to that scenario. Everything that Xbox and Microsoft are talking right now, and again, we have to go by the people that are speaking it, right? We don't know Satya personally. We don't know Phil personally, okay? But what they have shown through their actions outside of just speaking is something completely different from that apocalyptic future for video game industry. Okay. It's completely different.
Right.
Okay. So Sony came into this industry because Nintendo screwed them over. Okay. Nintendo screwed them over. Sony came into this industry in a revenge mode.
Yep.
Okay. That's undeniable. You can say it's just business. It was personal for Sony.
Yeah.
Okay. As a corporation, Sony at the time when Nintendo screwed them over was coming into their peak in electronics.
Yep.
They were dominating the world in a lot of different ways with electronics. If you didn't have a Sony Walkman or Sony Discman, you didn't have anything. Okay, that's the way it was. Okay, Sony was dominating the electronics. Okay, so they came into this industry in that mode. They had that energy coming in. They said to Nintendo, "You don't want to do this. You don't want to partner with us on this disc-based system. Screw it. We're going to come in and make our own disc-based system then and show you why it's better than your cartridge-based system." Okay. We're going to come in here. We're going to dominate Nintendo. Okay, that's what they came into with the mentality. And obviously Sega was sitting there. So Sony came in, Nintendo's king, because Nintendo's been king for a long time in a lot of ways, right? Mario, Zelda, all of it, they own that market. Sega definitely was right there. And of course, for all of us Sega fans, we will say it was 1A and 1B. So Sony came in and picked out the weakest link. Sega had made some missteps on their own. Sega was screwing up their own business. Okay. There's no, again, even as a Sega fan, as much as through the years I have said that Sony was definitely a part of Sega's demise. Look, Sega screwed up a lot of things. Okay. They did. They cost themselves a ton. They had internal fighting between the Eastern and Western divisions. The Sega Saturn, I love the system, but let's be real. How they launched that thing was awful. Okay. They did a terrible job. And then to go ahead and kill it off within a few years and bring out the Dreamcast, those are big, huge, giant mistakes. So Sony saw that as a weakness. Sony saw Sega as a wounded animal, and they went behind the scenes and started cutting deals with publishers like EA, right? This is where the whole Sony buying up exclusivity came into play. They learned very quick to throw around their bags of money and make sure that the competition didn't have certain things. So they came in, they made a deal with EA and got Madden, right? Madden was starting to peak into its, well, not peak, but it was starting to really come into its own at that point. And they locked that down, right? Excuse me, my allergies are through the roof. I apologize, people. So they locked that down. And that was another death of 1,000 cuts to Sega, right? And so they killed off Sega, right? They had a hand in killing off Sega. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But that was Sony's plan. Sony saw a weakness. They saw a way to get one of those console makers out of the industry to help that process along. They did their deals, okay? And they wound up being the 1B to Nintendo. And to their credit, through the years, they have developed one of the best gaming companies in the world. Okay. Yeah. Nintendo has self-relegated themselves to the position they're in. They got out of the current gen fighting for the best tech market a long time ago. Okay. They made that decision. They want to make money on everything they put out. They have huge cash reserves. That company could lose money for the next 50 years and be fine. Okay. That's what they've built for themselves. They've built a moat around their little world. They have their own pond. They're happy to have their customers, and that's it. They're not looking for chasing that next big thing anymore. They're going to innovate. They're going to do what they do. Again, that's why I respect the hustle. They've created their own business model. They are sticking to it. Yep. Okay. Sony, meanwhile, at that time, they were kind of playing with themselves. They were paused. They were all around just kind of against themselves. They killed it with not only the PlayStation 1, but then the PlayStation 2 went to a whole new level. Well, guess what? Microsoft decided to jump in. We've all seen the documentary, or people who have not seen the Power On Deck documentary. Look, the only reason why Xbox and Microsoft is here is because all the original creators of Xbox played to Bill Gates's fear that Sony, which to their credit,
real life concern,
was kind of starting to market themselves as the PC of your living room, right? They were kind of playing into that pretty heavy back in the day. So the original creators, like Seamus Seamley and all those guys, went ahead and played to Bill Gates's fear that Sony was trying to take over the entire household with a gaming console that would wind up replacing the PC, right? That's how we got to this point. But we're here now. Xbox almost died off, like Steel said, which we all know about. Xbox made the misstep of the Xbox One generation, which nearly cost them the entire division. Microsoft was never truly behind Xbox in any way. Sony dominated, as they should, after their missteps with the PS3. They came back with the PS4, watched Microsoft make all the mistakes they did, completely changed what they were going to do, which was going to be similar to the Xbox One with the DRM and all that kind of stuff, completely changed it on the fly and said, nope, we're not going down that road, and dominated last generation. They've earned that spot. Okay, they've earned it. I don't take anything away from Sony. You can disagree with their tactics. You can disagree with what they've done business wise, but at the end of the day, mind share wise across the world, PlayStation is it. Okay, outside of the Nintendo world, right? PlayStation is it, and it has been that way because Xbox had a chance and they fumbled it.
Yep.
They came on strong with the Xbox 360 and fumbled it out the gates with the Xbox One.
They fumbled it with 360 too, but
right.
Red Ring.
They had their issues. They had their issues. But look. At the end of the day, all these fans of Sony, they understand the position they're in.
Right.
Okay. They, again, it's not the loud minority, the circus that shows up in this community is not your general Sony PlayStation fan. Okay. They don't walk around going, Xbox got no games. Xbox got no games. That's not what they do. Okay. Again, that's not how the average fan works.
Right.
We just see that here because we're in this community and we see the circus, right?
Yeah.
But the call for Sony to have competition has been out there.
Yes.
Xbox shows up this gen and decides to go all in. Microsoft, Satya, we know the full story, says we're all in on this, right?
Yes.
Everybody that comes out here in the public spaces and starts talking about how Xbox and Microsoft is going to be a monopoly, how they're going to doom this industry, is only doing so because they want Xbox to play by the old rules. They want Xbox to play by the Sony rules. Okay, that's why you hear all this nonsense about Xbox doesn't build organically. They don't create, they buy. Right? That all that kind of nonsense is coming from the standpoint that they want it done by their rules. Xbox has come in, Microsoft has come in and said, no. We're changing all the rules here because we're playing a totally different game than what we used to. We're going after 2 billion, 3 billion people.
Right.
This is not about the console race anymore because the consoles are capped. We're talking about reaching everybody, PC, mobile, everybody. We want our ecosystem all the way around.
Yep.
So because they come in and change those rules, these people have meltdowns because Microsoft so happens to have all the money to do this. They have the infrastructure with the Azure servers to do this, whereas their favorite player does not have that. So they don't like it. So they come out with this doom and gloom scenario. You guys need to get some help and take a look at the health of the industry right now. The health of the industry is at its highest point ever. We have more people, more money, more content than ever before for a reason.
Yep.
What Xbox is doing is expanding that even further.
Yep.
Because if their ecosystem can reach those 2 billion, 3 billion market, that means even more money, more people, more content comes from this industry. That's why I say this is the hottest industry in the world right now. The entertainment industry is looking over at video games going, what are you guys doing over here? Man, we want a piece of this pie.
More actors, everything, because you can live forever in games.
Correct. This fear that Xbox is going to somehow dominate this industry and turn it into a situation where we only go to Xbox for our gaming content, and that they're going to somehow destroy the lives of devs, destroy the lives of publishers, and destroy the lives of their consumers is completely antithetical to what they have been preaching.
Right.
Microsoft and Xbox, look, I'll go into my theory here a little bit, Steel.
Go ahead. Yeah, let's do it.
So
what we're
look,
here for.
I have this theory, okay? And if you read Satya's latest interview, okay, he makes some comments in there about the metaverse. Now we've had this talk about the metaverse and what it means to people. The metaverse can mean different things to all different places, right? You could talk to somebody about a metaverse and they think of it as VR, AR, that we're all going to live inside this world, yada, yada, yada. When Satya speaks about the metaverse, what I take from it is that he's talking about really creating one giant place where all your content that is available, all the content that you've purchased from all these different ecosystems is available in one spot. So what I do see happening, and where Xbox, Microsoft is looking to control the situation, is that they want that metaverse to exist within the Azure servers. And they eventually do want What that means is they do want not just the Xbox ecosystem in there. They want the Sony ecosystem, the PlayStation ecosystem. They want the Nintendo ecosystem to be within that metaverse.
Yes.
Not that Xbox will own them, not that Microsoft will buy everybody up.
Yes.
But that they will have the keys to the metaverse.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's content is in there. So let's say I'm a part of the Sony ecosystem, Nintendo ecosystem, and the Xbox ecosystem, and the PC. We'll throw in PC and mobile. Okay. But let's say I go and play the latest and greatest Zelda.
Right.
And I'm logged into Nintendo's ecosystem.
Right.
I'm playing the latest and greatest Zelda. And all of a sudden, because I'm a grazer, I go, dang, I want to go play some new God of War. I no longer have to log out of Nintendo's ecosystem, log into Sony's ecosystem on whatever device that may be, console, whatever, and then boot up God of War. I can simply go from Zelda, playing Zelda, all in the same spot to playing my God of War. Okay. And then all of a sudden I want to go play Halo. And I'm just right there. I just simply back out of the screen, click on Halo. I'm in Halo. It's all in one spot. That's what I think their real vision is. And they want everybody to jump into this. If you read Satya's comments,
I was going to bring it up.
Yeah, he was talking about, because
he
talked a lot. Everybody brought up the fact that he said, we don't believe we have to do any concessions to get this Activision Blizzard deal to go through. But he makes more comments in there because he talks about this metaverse and opening up the cloud to everyone. He said in there, we are willing to open ourselves up so that everybody else can join us in this.
Let me stage you up. Let me stage you up on that, Pong. Let me stage you up because you're really taking this somewhere, and I want people to understand that this isn't something we're making up or we just pulled out of nowhere. Verbatim quote, Satya Nadella, and I'm pulling this from Polygon.com. Shout out to them. In gaming, we see the metaverse as a collection of communities and individual identities anchored in a strong content franchises accessible on every device, Nadella said. The company also noted the deal would provide building blocks for the metaverse in its statement. Now, they're going to say, but it still isn't quite clear where Nadella saw the link between building the metaverse and buying Activision Blizzard, a bunch of game studios and a huge collection of intellectual property. But Satya Nadella goes on to say, metaverse is essentially about creating games. The Microsoft boss said, noting the common concepts and technology between a virtual meeting and a video game. It is about being able to put people, places, things in a physics engine and then having all the people, places, things in the physics engine relate to each other. You and I will be sitting in a conference room table soon with either our avatars or our holograms or even 2D surfaces with surrounded audio. Guess what? The place where we have been doing that forever is gaming. And so the way we will even approach the system side of what we're going to build for the metaverse is essentially democratize the game building. Go ahead.
Correct. So when he says that, the picture that I get, and somebody can read that and see something completely different. But the way that I see this is that the focus, again, is for Microsoft to open up video games to as many people across the entire globe as possible and not have it segmented by what ecosystem you currently own through your console. They don't want that gate there anymore. They want it wide open. They're moving towards this because Phil's talked about it in the past. They're moving towards us. They want to put even the development of games into the cloud. If they do that, like Satya said, to democratize the gaming industry, meaning that whatever you build will all work on whatever you're on.
Yeah.
Whereas right now, in order to play a PlayStation game, I have to own a PlayStation 5 or a PlayStation 4. They want that barrier gone so that everybody is underneath building games that all talk. Now, I'm not saying that all the engines are going to go away. I'm not saying anything like that.
Yeah,
but right now we have all this fragmented and segmented games because they're not all in one spot. Xbox, Microsoft wants to get to the point where everybody can put their stuff into this metaverse, and no matter where you're at, mobile, PC, console, you're able to access those games at all times, and they all work across all those platforms together. And I think that's really where Microsoft and Xbox is going. And that's the other piece of my theory with this whole Bungie acquisition, with the Activision Blizzard situation.
Yes.
I believe I'm throwing this theory out there that, and again, I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, 100%.
But I think there's been some high level talks for all this console warring that we get on the ground level, all this BS, all the nonsense, the clown show. High level, Phil is talking to Jim. Phil is talking to Bowser. Okay. They're in this together. That's why Phil came out and said with his quotes, I trust Nintendo. I trust Sony not to screw up this industry. Right? That was his basic quote. I trust them. He does not trust the Amazons of the world. He does not trust the Facebook Metas of the world. He does not trust the Tencents of the world to not come in here and screw this industry up. He wants Nintendo and Sony to be healthy, from Phil's point. So I almost guarantee, but again, I can't guarantee because I don't know anything.
Right.
But my opinion is there's been some high level talks between Phil, Jim, and Bowser to go ahead and say, look, we have an existential threat in the Amazons, in the Tencents, in the Facebooks. If they come in here and start buying up IP, start buying up some of our biggest developers or publishers, what's going to happen? This industry could change for the worse. Phil is looking at the doom and gloom scenario of big tech companies jumping into this industry, not knowing what they are doing, and winding up a situation like we saw with Google, who took talent, moved them to different places to work on their games, and then shuttered everybody and said, we're out. And all those people lost their jobs.
Yep.
And all those games that they were going to make are gone. What happens if a company comes in and starts buying up IP like Amazon and all of a sudden decides they're out of this industry because they can't make it because they didn't realize what they were jumping into?
Yep.
Now, all of a sudden, you got teams that have been built for decades gone. Let's say they bought Activision Blizzard. All of a sudden, Amazon shutters the whole place.
Yeah.
Right? All those teams are dispersed. All those IPs are in limbo until they sell them off. Whereas they can make strategic acquisitions. Microsoft, Xbox, of course, with their money. Sony can do what they can do, right? And Nintendo's going to continue to protect their own devs over there and grow from within, right? That's their forte, but they're not going to do anything to disrupt the industry. But Sony and Microsoft are in a position to make strategic buys and protect some of these devs, these publishers, these IP from getting gobbled up by somebody who does not know what they're doing. And I think that's the beginning that we're going to see more cooperation. That's why we heard that Bungie's going to be allowed to stay independent, self-publish, continue to be a multi-platform. Now we'll see. That could change at any time. And we'll get into that in the Bungie talk. But what I'm saying is that's why you see the potential, and Phil's talked about Call of Duty staying multi-platform, is because I think we're going to start seeing more cooperation between these guys.
Yeah.
I think they're circling the wagons around the industry that they've helped build. And they're not going to let these people come from the outside in as much as possible. It's still going to happen. Tencent's been buying up stuff left and right.
Yeah, Embracer too. Yeah.
Yeah, Embracer, but Embracer's part of the industry, right?
Yeah.
They've established themselves. They understand. They are buying up IP. They're bringing back old teams to do old IP. They're doing things right? So they're out there on their own. I'm sure Phil would say he trusts Embracer Group as well, Cook Media, all of them, to handle it. But they don't want Amazon coming in and doing something to disrupt everything, the entire flow. Again, they come in and buy Activision Blizzard and say everything's exclusive to Luna. Bro, that's gonna have huge consequences because the majority of gamers aren't going to switch over to Luna. I mean, yeah, you'd have some, but now you're fracturing the industry even further, right? You're breaking up the industry more and making it more segmented. And you think Amazon is ever going to agree to keep the industry going in the direction it is, or attempting to create this metaverse? No, Amazon's going to try to do their own. And that's going to fracture, right? Then we will have a war situation. Just like I said, if Amazon buys Sony, you think we have consolidation now? Bro, If Amazon winds up getting Sony because Sony suddenly becomes unhealthy and their stock price collapses,
yeah,
that's going to be 1-for-1 all-out warfare.
yeah.
Okay, they're going to be gobbling up both of them left and right. Then we get to that doomsday scenario, right? So again, all this fear talk, all this crazy talk is not what Xbox and Microsoft are currently doing. They're trying to expand this industry. They're trying to reach out hands to everybody, including devs, including publishers, including Sony, including Nintendo, including us as consumers. They're trying to hold out their hands and say, hey, we got something really great here. We got the #1 entertainment business in the world. Let's continue to grow this. Of course, money is still involved at the end of the day. Of course, it's about profits. Of course, it's about pushing the Azure servers, the cloud, right? For Microsoft. It is. Of course, it's about that. But what Phil's vision and Satya's vision is, it doesn't have to be the old school way of we make stuff, you buy stuff, and that's it. It's about creating value, bringing more people into this world, this industry, and building it up together and creating value for everybody involved. It doesn't have to be always so one-sided to the business side of things. It can be this social and this consumer-friendly way of doing things. Again, could that all change tomorrow? Could Satya be replaced and somebody takes back over again that does not see that vision? Yeah, it can. That's the bad part about business, right? It happens.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, right now, what they're building towards is something greater. And it's not about destroying the industry. It's not about controlling and overcharging us for junk games, right? It's not about turning the entire industry into the mobile division, right?
No,
where there's going to be monetized, right? And you got to pay $1 to play for 5 minutes, right? That's not what this is about. So this fear mongering is misplaced. It is what it is. It's doom and gloom. It's FUD. It's all of that stuff. And these people continue to spread it and people run with it because the circus loves that stuff. The clowns love it because it plays into what they've been trying to tell all of their fans, all of their audiences this whole entire time, that Microsoft and Xbox are the enemy. Microsoft and Xbox right now are trying to move the industry forward in a different direction. Not everybody has to agree that it's a great direction. I understand that. Not everybody, again, Steel, we've talked about this. Is there an end point where physical media goes away? Yeah. There's an end point to that.
I mean,
there is.
Unfortunately.
There is eventually.
Look, man, like I saw Stubbs making some comments on that. I don't mean to interrupt you, Pong, but I know I know people bring that conversation of my hard copy of my games. The whole reason why we went digitally is because we could not fit all that information on discs anymore. Nobody wants to pop in 3 discs into their console like we used to do back in the day. Sure, as we move further down the road, could you argue, yeah, you can put more data on these discs and everything else? Yeah, sure, we can do that. But eventually, it's the same thing that we saw with tape decks, the same thing that we saw with floppy disks, the same thing that we saw with USB drives, the same thing that we're seeing with discs and Blu-ray discs now. There's not enough. It's finite. Digital makes sense because all you need is storage. As long as you can host the content, as long as you can store it somewhere, it makes more sense. And I'm not saying that, there shouldn't be the option there, or we can't develop something that can, hold that storage better, or whatever the case. They don't need to work on, God, I can't think of the word right now, of condensing their file sizes down. Yes, they need to work on these things 100%. But at the end of the day, as we move further into the future, the same way books are now available on your Kindle, your phone, they're available digitally to you now, and that they're stored in a library that hopefully we continue to have, so that people have somewhere they can go to get those hard copies. Gaming is going to do the exact same thing. Yes, is it going to become more limited as we move further into the future? Yes, but understand that it costs money to print out those discs, to print out those steel books, those cases that you all collect and want to keep. Look, I have a collection. I want to start doing something similar, right? But because that's for my own passion of gaming. And especially with games only coming out and giving you the license for the game on the CD. And even then, you still have to be connected to some form of internet to play games these days. It is what it is. Games take updates. It goes on, and they want to give you the best experience possible. Sorry, gaming is not a cheap hobby to have. And as we move into the future, the more options that we have available to us, again, physical isn't gone. If you want physical so bad, then give reasons why physical matters. I appreciate the fact I have 100 DVDs to over more than that I used to have. I had thousands of DVDs, cases that we had on bookshelves that I had to get rid of. And now I have 100 that I have not touched because I don't care about it. I don't care about it. It just takes up space, unnecessary room. How many VHSs did we have? I had boxes of VHSs. But now, guess what? I can get everything digitally. I don't want, why get a VHS player? Stuff these days doesn't even come with AV input sometimes. If it doesn't have HDMI, now you got to get a separate device, and you got to convert it and everything else. There's so much more to it. Like, I understand the whole play for physical. I really do. But as long as we have the options, as long as people continue to speak up, that's going to be the point. Nobody says this when it comes to music, but everybody streams their music now. Everybody. People don't even have CD players in their cars half the time anymore. Like, that's crazy to think about. Now people are asking, oh, I need an aux. I need an auxiliary. I need some form of input or Bluetooth. Exactly. That's what you're looking for in your vehicle. You're not looking for a CD player. You don't remember the 6 disc changer that you had in your trunk. Like, even I remember that. We're not in that era anymore. And things are moving forward. And again, you have to speak up, support what you're into, but you also have to see the future that we're moving towards. My fault, yeah. Pong, go ahead.
No. I was wrapping up anyways, but I'd like to address Ham Solo in the chat too. He brings up some good points about how this could all be used nefariously. You're absolutely
100%.
100% NFTs, using AI. Again, who's going to control your profile? We're at the mercy of tech.
It's deep. It's a deeper conversation.
Yeah, it is. It is, because there is going to be a lot as we move further into this digital age. And we haven't even gotten to the point where quantum computing jumps in here. Once quantum computing becomes viable, look, all bets are off as to what's going to happen and how we're all going to be interacting with tech. Okay. All bets are completely off the table at that point. I've thought about it because I've read up on quantum computing.
Right.
Yeah, even though I'm not a tech guy, I still like to see the different, what's happening, what's going on. But Ham Solo, you're absolutely correct. We are moving towards that. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
We're moving towards an all digital future. Okay. All digital.
Yeah.
Okay. All cloud-based, all digital future. And what that means overall for our life, we don't know yet. We've seen so many changes over the past decade already. Look, we've got AI controlling, thermostats in homes now. Yeah. We've got all this. Look, we've got a lot of weird stuff happening. Okay. Is it possible that our timeline moves towards a dystopian future? Yeah, there truly is. Like you said,
look at humanity.
Yeah, right. Segregating the haves from the have-nots further and further. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well, that is a part of what's happening. And you're right. As far as the gaming space goes, could it become nefarious? Could a company like Microsoft absolutely become such a juggernaut that they control? If we want to game, right, we have to play by their rules, and their rules could be the worst rules of all time, and they could totally dominate it, right? Could it become a game for only the rich to play? Yeah, it certainly could, right? We have to trust that that's not what they're looking for. And when they say they want 2 to 3 billion people playing with accessibility for everyone, we have to believe that at the end, that means that they're going to play fair, that they're going to play nice, and that they're going to continue to look at the consumer as somebody that they need more than we need them. Right?
So far, that's how it's driven. Yeah.
That's how it's been driven so far. And we have to believe, I have to believe in that. I'm not saying you have to believe in it. I'm just saying that if I'm going to stay positive, which again, I'm a big energy guy, so I try to control my energy. If I'm going to stay positive, I have to believe in that. Okay. Not to say that I totally am blind to the fact of what could happen.
Right.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
Trust me. It's a conversation for a whole different kind of podcast about society and where we're headed, right? I can hold those views at the same time. I can understand that this is a possibility, but also focus on what I think is the positives, because I want to believe that that's the future that we're running into,
right?
Not this other one, right? So I have to believe that Microsoft and Xbox will continue down this path of just opening up gaming to more people, which means accessibility, which means value. Because again, like Steel said, like we always talk about, this hobby is expensive. And I don't believe that they want to shut people out. So if you're going to try to go after 2 billion, 3 billion people, those people aren't rich. Okay. The majority of those people aren't going to be rich. So you have to think about how you're going to lower the barrier to entry continuously and get those people in your ecosystem for a fair value, for a value that they can afford, not pricing it outside of what people can afford, where all of a sudden you wind up with only, 100,000 people that can afford the game. Okay. Right. That's not good business.
No,
that's not good business. So I do understand how so, and I do agree that this stuff, NFTs, blockchain, while it can be used for greatness, can also be used for very evil purposes as well. Okay. And could really dictate where our future goes. So I do get that. And that is something that I do watch out for. And it's something that, like Steele said, we're going to have to speak up about. If we see it going down the wrong path, we're going to have to speak up about it. Right. At the end of the day, we're going to have to try to make them realize that they're going down the wrong way. Right. Again, NFTs are a wait and see for me. I think somebody can come up with a good idea for it. But obviously, there's a lot of people that have very strong opinions on NFTs right now, and they've been voicing them. And we've been seeing companies back off, been seeing people back off the NFTs. We've seen some companies double down like Ubisoft, but we've seen other companies say, we're not going to do that right now, right? Because they've heard the voices. So we have to continue to make sure that we are heard. But I think we killed this subject, Steel. This went on for a lot longer than I thought it would.
No, I mean,
this is a big topic.
That's why I wanted to start with it, man, because we tied a few things in there. I don't feel like it went on too long, because we tied a lot of different things in there, which is an amazing thing, and it kind of expanded out the conversation.
Well, it definitely expanded from just Adam and his comments about monopolizing and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, I just again. This conversation is not going to be done with. No, it's going to continue. Microsoft's not done buying. Okay. They're not done in any way, shape, or form. Okay. This is consolidation at the end of the day is going to continue to happen. I think Steele and I both on the same track that eventually we're going to see the entertainment industry as a whole consolidate even further as companies partner up, as IPs become more and more valuable on all aspects of entertainment, as an IP that you can make into a video game, that you can make into a movie, that you can make into a TV show, that you can turn into a graphic novel or book or comic book or whatever the case may be. An IP that transcends all those forms of entertainment is going to become extremely valuable in the future, as we've already started to see. Okay. So when companies hold the licensing for an IP that maybe normally back in the day would have been like, I'm going to license this out to so-and-so to make a game, right? That's not the way it's going to work anymore. In my thought is that those companies are going to look to team with one company, a video game company, and form a bigger relationship so that they can go ahead and produce that IP across all those forms of entertainment without the whole licensing thing and all that kind of stuff. So I definitely see some more consolidation coming up as that stuff happens. We've already seen it. Disney Fox was one form of consolidation on that side. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see more and more of this, but Microsoft isn't done. So this monopoly talk is going to come up. Sony is not going anywhere. Okay. Sony's not going anywhere. They're doing what they do, and they're going to continue to do what they do.
Yeah.
Right?
Unless, and that's one of my fears. That
I know I said it.
Unless a bigger player decides to come in,
Facebook,
and Amazon is a perfect example. If Lost Ark comes out and it hits people upside the head, kind of like New World did, and they end up establishing themselves again in the market, because I'll tell you right now, Lost Ark looks very interesting.
Yeah.
Diablo style, it has PvP. They're speaking to me. I'll tell you that much. As an MMO guy, they're definitely speaking to me. And they're doing some things differently that I'm definitely interested in. So it's telling me, at least as a gamer, that Amazon does seem somewhat serious. They're trying. But it takes one buy. Now, again, like people say, you have to be willing to sell. You have to be willing to sell unless there's some unforeseen circumstances.
Unless your stock drops, right? Unless your stock crashes like an Activision Blizzard.
Exactly.
You got no way out.
Exactly.
No way out.
And there's only so many people that are going to bring you back up and then bring you back to realization, right? Stuff.
And the dark horse Apple.
Yeah.
The dark horse is Apple.
And that's what's crazy. That's what I'm really.
Jez has put out there that again. Yeah, Jez has put out there that there's talk, there's smoke that they've started taking some engineers from Xbox to work on a console of their own. There's no confirmation of that yet. But if any of that smoke is real, if there's sparks, and Apple's going to hop into the console business in some way, shape, or form, guess who's going to be a big player?
Who was Microsoft's main competitor back in the day? You think Apple forgot about that just because they're successful with phones? Their history goes back way further than that, and there is a lot of animosity there. There's a lot of beef to be had there between both Apple and Microsoft. You want to talk about competition? Oh my God,
you got Amazon with their servers, but then Apple's on a whole nother level because that is personal.
That is extremely personal.
We saw Microsoft help Epic in their lawsuit against Apple because
it's personal.
Underlying emotions are there. They would like to see Apple hurt. Okay, they would.
Yeah, and again, there's bigger conversation to be had there. Yeah. Stuff Sean was bringing up some good things. I'm trying to see where it was at, where he stated it. But it kind of leading me into the thought. I don't think I could see it. I have to scroll up. I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. But it kind of just led into the. It's hard to plan for the end of day scenario, right? But as you look at your children and you look at the current generation that are coming up behind us, and the more they're getting acclimated to digital and the way that they just instantly expect for things to be there, they don't care about physical. They don't. Not like the way that we used to. Oh, I got a case in my hand. I got a CD that I got to pop in. Oh, I got to make sure I take care of my CDs or I'm not going to be able to play my game. Now it's just instantly there. And they're growing into that. And if you think the internet's just going to slow down because you care about your physical anything, it's not. And these kids are not going to care about it either. They're going to be, that's why I say you have to, again, I'm always going to say it here, take that real-time strategy view, pull yourself out of the world honestly, and look at the darker spaces. Because the children of today's society have no care for that. And they will not speak up on those things, no matter how much you talk to them. They're going to think that we're just old, crotchety people who are just wanting what we had before.
Which is not wrong. I admit that freely. I have that a lot in my life.
I mean, which isn't wrong in a lot of aspects, but when I think about it, when I think about how my father looked at things and then how I kind of grew up and how now I look at things, I like it's crazy to see the transition. And if you think we're not going to get further away from that just because of your personal preference, well, all I want you to fight for is options. That's it. Because we should have options. But the next generation is who they're speaking to, because that's who's going to invest. Yes, the average gamer today might be over 30 years old. Sure, great, fantastic. But those are the ones who are in that hardcore group, or they're enthusiasts. It's the same thing with cars, it's the same thing with shoes, it's the same thing with any other hobby that you have. But how is gaming the same way they did it for me with Sonic, Crash, Spyro? How are they going to get us involved or get the new generation involved into gaming also? And you're seeing that with, unfortunately, in some aspects, Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite, Warzone. Free-to-play games are taking over the space, not the games that you're paying $60 for. If you want those games to continue to exist, it's up to us who are involved in the community and the companies that are saying that, yeah, we're listening to you guys, we're listening to the community, although, yes, they have to make money themselves. They're corporations, they're companies, duh. But if you want those things to live, you want your, especially, my biggest fear is that single-player games are going to go to the wayside because of this whole transition. And if we don't, sooner than later, and again, it's been stated, waiting 4 to 5 years for 20 to 30 million people to see your game is not working. It's not getting enough investment up front. It takes 5 to 6 years. Not for the big games. Not for the big games, for sure. For the smaller games, as we move forward, as the engines get better, if Unreal Engine 5 is going to be everything it's supposed to be and better, yeah, we can see a lot more things happen quicker. But right now, technically, it takes 3 to 6 years for a game to get put out. If you have that money more so up front, you know what you can put into that next game. You know what you were going to add into that next game, or kind of, it gives you some more things to sit down at a table, sit down with those investors, because at the end of the day, you have to be giving that money up front. Give them a reason to want to invest, to want to ante up that money. And that is the bigger picture that we're speaking to here. Always.
Yeah.
Always.
And that's one big change. That's one big change that could happen, Steel, right? Is if they don't figure this out, if they don't figure out how to change the structure internally as far as economics go, that we heard Jim Ryan already talk about this in interviews last year. Those big experiences, those $150 million AAA experiences won't be around. Okay. We will get smaller experiences. And that's what Jim Ryan was talking about last year. They were looking at ways at providing smaller, faster experiences.
Already looking at it.
Right. Because they want to cut down on the production costs. They want to cut down on the production time, because they can't wait 5 to 6 years, spend $150 million on a game, and then wait another 2-3 years to recoup that money and start making profit. Right. That's not everybody likes to talk about sustainability.
It's not sustainable.
That's not sustainable. And Jim talked about that last year, that was the problem Sony was having. It's great to have a Naughty Dog. It's great to have a Naughty Dog that's going to put out a 10 to 20 million seller every single time they put it out. However, if that's only every 5 to 6 years, I don't cut it. They don't cut it, because in the meantime, you're still paying bills. That's why the subscription model with that reoccurring monthly money coming in is so important, because it covers all those costs while you're waiting for the games. It covers everything while you're waiting. And then you're also making profit, right? Yeah. So this is fantastic. What a talk already. We have to hit the 2-hour mark.
You see Fun Speculation, said, attention everyone, we have hit the 2-hour mark. Now enjoy the second half of the show. I don't know if it's going to end up being that, but we'll see. From there, I mean, that was definitely that was
last thing too. UK Lab.
A lot of that.
Sorry, Steel.
No, you're good.
We got to move on.
No, you're good.
Anyways, we have too much fun doing this. Because we have so much passion. We enjoy this industry so much. It's cool to think about this stuff, and it's something to talk about. UK, you are absolutely correct. Having another console maker in here, if Apple were to decide to do it, bringing some more competition would be good. Could definitely be good and could push. However, if Apple jumps in, the merger / acquisition with Sony would be real. Okay, that would be something that was on the table. So you'd be taking one console maker off the table and just replacing it with Apple. because I think that merger right there between those two companies makes so much sense.
Brand
Apple
loyalty.
tried to get into TVs. Guess who makes TVs? Sony.
Oh my God.
Right? There is so much crossover between
Oh.
those companies, between what Apple wanted to do and has tried to do and what Sony currently does. And if that common ground becomes gaming and they can merge together, that's one super company right there.
Oh my God.
That's one super company right there.
You want to talk about
Right?
brand loyalty? Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah, you get that Apple Sony fan base together in the same place. Bro. Yeah. So
That's
shout out to Fuzzy. Fuzzy's been saying that longer than I have. Fuzzy's
100%.
been on that Apple. I was on the Amazon train. But Fuzzy Belvedere over there at the Shop Podcast.
It's a good point, man.
Stuff. Yeah. He's been on that train forever, that Apple makes the most sense. And I've heard Jez talk about it too. It just makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
Again, when you think about the personal beefs, when you think about the brand loyalty, when you think about the bigger picture, I mean, again, it's just one of those things to where I don't know. Like I don't know if I would necessarily say that would be a good way to go about it. Because I mean, again, if Apple steps into the space and then they're not going to be as generous, man. They're not. They're not. Apple's blatantly shown that. And they have no problem with selling you the same hardware and making it seem like it's brand new. Selling you 3-year-old hardware and selling it like it's brand new, like Nintendo does. I mean,
don't forget, they tried to kill Android. They did try to kill Android. The only thing that saved Android was that it's open source, right?
Yep.
So everybody could use it. Had that been locked down to Samsung,
that would have been it. That would have been it. It would have been just like the Windows Phone right now.
right, exactly, just like Windows. Right,
exactly, like the Windows Phone. That didn't turn out too well. Shout out to the Windows Phone. Hopefully, you can do something with that at some point. Man, that was an excellent conversation. There was so much passion in that, and I got so amped up with it and everything. Man, I loved it. So with that, let's lighten it up a little bit. Let's talk to the people a little bit about Dying Light, man. Dying Light 2, a game that seemingly went through development hell, right? We heard about this game how long ago now at this point? What, 6-7 years ago? If not longer than that. I think you might be muted, Pong.
I was unmuted and then I muted myself.
There you go.
That's how I roll. So yeah, about 6 years ago.
About 7 years ago, man, in the middle of the development cycle, they were having some hard times, really on nailing down the game and the development. And I was really on the fence on whether this game was even going to end up coming out. It definitely could have been one of those situations to where it got put on the wayside, and then the second one would have never came out. Now, again, we've heard the rumors, and I don't know if I can't recall if it's been confirmed whether Microsoft got involved and helped Techland develop or get some money in there, get some funding in there to help get this game developed and actually get put out. Hopefully, there's some validity to it. Now, I am going to start this conversation with a little bit of hate before I get into the love, because this game does have some flaws. And that cannot be ignored. And it definitely speaks to the bigger picture of, man, we do not need to keep having games that come out and day one, either they need a patch, which I completely understand, things happen, or B, the game needed more time. And unfortunately, we do live in a society to where the investors have to see at some point a return on their investment. It's business, right? As much as we want things to be perfect, we don't live in a perfect world. And needless to say, the game's not unplayable. The game is very playable, and it does play very well.
18 hours says it's playable.
It plays very well. It is an extremely enjoyable experience, especially if you are 100% interested in the first game. This does everything the first game did and more. Right. The parkour feels great, although you do have to get used to it. Again, you do have to level up some abilities. Again, in the beginning, it does feel kind of lackluster.
Really important.
It feels lackluster in the beginning, but it kind of shows more credence to, hey, you got to spend some time in this game. We want you to, you're just not going to be OP up front. You got to develop your abilities. You can't just have all the stamina. It takes time. You got to think about it. And eventually, kind of like what me and Paul have gotten to, again, almost 20 hours into the game, where now you're really feeling it. Okay, yeah, now I got more stamina. Me and Pong made sure we invested in the stamina early on. Fuck the health.
Oh, I was like, yes, screw health. Screw health. I need to be able to run and fight. Okay?
Exactly. And you notice the difference. Like I made the statement yesterday, there is a 100% difference to how we feel now in combat versus how I felt in the beginning. In the beginning, I was like, I'm not fighting this shit. I don't have enough stamina for this shit. Like now we've become more bold. Yeah, let's go into this area. Like, let's do it. If we die, we die. It has cost us. We have lost plenty of experience. I'm not going to lie to you.
And this is on normal, folks. We are playing on normal on my campaign.
Right,
so
exactly.
Steel's on hard on his campaign. We're playing normal on mine, and we still have run into problems. So
because it gets wild, especially when those screeches get out there, the screamers or whatever, the howlers. There you go. When they get out there and that chase starts, when games are able to invoke that fear in you, that I either have to fight or I have to run away. And yes, the way that they spawn in some of the enemies sometimes, it is kind of off-putting, because it's like, how the hell did it just get crazy like this all of a sudden? But it's great because it gives you that level of fear that you would expect in a zombie game, right? You would expect that in real life. Especially if you're doing parkour and everything, you expect for zombies to just start coming out of nowhere. That anticipation is there. Now, I'll tell you this: in co-op, the animations and everything are not that great. Don't be looking at your partner watching him parkour and whatnot, because it doesn't look great. You'd be swinging off of monkey bars. You'd be swinging off a rope. The rope's cut in half. And it's just the animation. It's not you going through it, right? Like when you're doing it, it feels smooth and it feels right. But it'll be moments where I'm watching Pong swing on a rope and the rope's cut in half. And I'm like,
or when you're entering, or when you're jumping over, entering something, your partner's clipping through all the way through it.
Yeah, all the way through the wall. All the way through the wall. But on your screen, you're doing a barrel roll, you're diving through. It looks good. But on my screen, it's like, okay, what is going on? And in other spaces, and then some other parkour aspects where it's just like, so you magically appeared next to me all of a sudden. Like you jump and then, you got next to me somehow. Like I don't know. There are some issues like that, along with the issue for me personally, and kind of leaves credence to me that they just didn't have enough time to optimize the game. The fact that the Series S is playing the game at 1080 30 frames per second.
Unacceptable.
It is completely unacceptable, especially in a game like this. I cannot imagine playing this game at 30 frames. Oh my God.
No. Oh God, no.
There's even cutscenes in the game sometimes, because there's windmills that you have to capture that they come in at 30 FPS. Yeah. And that blatantly shows you. Now, again, of course, when you get VSync, you got all these other features that help kind of eliminate that. VR and everything else, that even if you were playing at 30, of course, your TV is going to adjust to that, so it's not going to be as noticeable. But when you're playing at 60 and you get 30 frame scenes, it's very blatant, and it kind of takes you out of it a little bit. But it's not that big of a deal. Again, it's Assassin's Creed-like, where it shows you, this is your new settlement. You've taken over this area. Great.
It's completely Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, it's completely Assassin's Creed-esque. It 100% is. Yeah. But to me, it's unacceptable, because it's not that the hardware can't do it on the Series S. Correct. Because now, again, like I told Pong when they first announced that, I told Pong in the background, people are going to start running with this shit. Like, well, there goes the Series S. It's unacceptable. Oh, it's a piece of trash. Nobody should get this piece of hardware.
That's all right. All those people wear clown makeup, so we don't have to worry about that.
100%. All those people wear clown makeup. They don't understand how games work for real. So again, it is what it is. But it doesn't help. It doesn't help the common consumer.
The narrative.
When they see that, when they hear their friends say that type of stuff, you're getting an inferior piece, or you're getting the inferior version of it. They're gonna start second guessing their purchases. Now, No, typical consumer's not really going to notice it. They're going to play their game. It's not going to look choppy to them. It is what it is. But for me, it's just unacceptable because I feel like we should be getting to a point, or we are at a point, honestly, to where 60 frames, especially on these new consoles, should be bare minimum, no less. And it's not because, again, it's not because the hardware can't do it. The hardware can. 100%. But it just shows me that there's no more optimization that needs to happen on the game, especially when the game on Series X is playing in 1080 60 frames. What are we doing?
That's a close second to unacceptable. Right?
Like, what are we doing? Like, you didn't even upscale. You're not even telling me that the game is upscaled. Like, you're not upscaling it at all. Now, mind you, even at 1080, the game looks good. Does it look fuzzy sometimes? Yeah,
it's blurry.
It does look fuzzy. It does look a little blurry.
It depends
fuzzy,
what you're
blurry.
playing on. I'm playing on a 55-inch OLED.
If you're playing on a screen big enough to notice, you're gonna notice.
You can see it.
You're gonna notice. For sure. But it kind of also leads to my conversation, like I always tell Pong in the background, because they have the 4K mode. With ray trace. No, they have 1080 with ray tracing, 30 FPS again, which is why.
Why? Well, why even put that in there?
Why?
Really?
But then they have 4K with regular, and you could definitely tell the visual representation. It looks different. It looks crisper, everything. But playing 4K, playing natural 4K, and then it being 30 FPS. Well, honestly, it's not even in 4K because it's not 2160. It's not It's not 3840 by 2160. It's 3840 by like 1800, 1900 on Xbox, and then 3840 by 1600 on PlayStation, I believe. Don't quote me wrong. If I'm mistaken on that, definitely correct me in the chat. I'm trying to go off of memory here. Not having the figures in my face. Excuse me on that. But to me, this whole marketing ploy for people to want 4K games is insanity to me. We do not need to have the focus on 4K, because I can tell you right now, if the game was 1440p, 1080p, upscaled to 4K, you would not notice the difference.
Yeah, with all the techniques they have now, 4K is a lot less important.
You would not notice a difference, especially with ray tracing. There's so many other things that ray tracing could be used for, whether it's audio, whether it's graphical, whatever the case may be. There's so many other things that it could be used for. I would rather have my game have max settings, quality, textures, anisotropic filtering. The list goes on and on. I don't want to bore y'all to death with PC terms, but have all those ramped up to the next level rather than you give me ray tracing at 1080p. I can care less. I really can. It's not that important. Me having better textures, my characters looking better, the details, like even in some of the details in the character here, like this game has some excellent detail quality for the characters themselves. Like the characters look good.
Yeah, I said it, Steel. I compared it to Outer Worlds. From Obsidian. I really do. Honestly, it's most of the NPCs that you run into, the main story NPCs, are Outer Worlds quality, which is impressive.
Yeah.
Like Steel and I were talking about while we were playing the game. Facial expressions, movement.
Yeah.
Really well done to show emotion in the conversation. Really well done. Bravo, Techland there. Sorry, Steel.
No, 100%. They did a good job with that, man. Like, the other thing too, I don't get why people said the story was boring in some aspects. It's not boring, especially when you get with the character like such scenarios when you're.
There's some problems with the story.
Now the writing isn't the best, 100%. Like there's some things where it's like, hey, go talk to this person. I just talked to this person.
Right.
Like, why are you telling me to talk to him now?
Yeah, where is this person? Oh, this person's just standing right over there now. All of a sudden, out of the blue.
Like, oh, okay, whatever.
What?
and then there's other scenarios too where I'll let y'all guys experience that. To where it's just like, nah, I don't know if this was the best way to go about this. Like, I don't know. But as far as like character development and the story beats that you do get, the interactions that you get with the different characters and everything, that carries the story for me. because I'm locked in.
There's some moments of brilliance too.
Yeah.
There's some moments of brilliance writing. There's some comedy. Steel and I are busting out laughing while we're playing together through certain scenes.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of it just because it was so ridiculous, but some of it because it was straight up just funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Writing. Yeah.
And then the other thing too is like me and Pong are taking this like take it or leave it kind of scenario on the playthrough. It's kind of like we're just bulldogging our way through, kind of like, oh, we're calling everybody out in their bluff, man. Or it's like
oh, yeah.
No, you're not
decision
gonna
making is
do
pretty great. Yeah.
Decision making feels good. The game feels good. Again, other than the certain little things that are in there,
yes, Boba Fett, we had that exact same problem.
The bizarre mission is confusing. And that was one of the other complaints that I did want to bring up, is that some of the mission structure isn't the greatest. Like, you can get lost and get confused about where you're trying to go. How do you get there? What am I really supposed to be doing here? Like the bizarre mission that first night on release, I was in the party telling them, like, I think my game's broke. I literally restarted my game 3 times because I thought the game was broke. I was like, the mission isn't moving forward. I literally had to leave the mission area, go do a side quest. Actually, I was on my way to do a side quest, and then the mission continued forward for me. I was like, the hell? I was like, what the hell happened? But the mission tells you, oh, just go meet the people in Bazaar. Okay. Now what? And there's other missions that are like that where it doesn't necessarily guide you in the best way possible. And it's give or take, because of course, sometimes you don't want games to hold you the whole time. But then other times it's kind of like,
Boba spent 1.5 hours figuring it out. Dang, I'm sorry, brother.
Boba, I'm right there with you. It took me an hour to just be like, all right, fuck it. I'm just going to go do another mission. I'm right there with you, bro. Like, I 100% understand it, and that's not okay, because people will check out. If my game would have been broken right there, and I would have had to start over, I probably wouldn't have want to play it anymore at that point. I'm literally that critical about a game. Dark Souls 2, give you a perfect example. And then I'm gonna pass it off to you to you, Pong, about how your feelings on it. Dark Souls 2. Me and my brother, again, we're Dark Souls fanatics. We love FromSoft. I've been playing FromSoft games since Armored Core, and even before that. But Dark Souls 2, there was a game-breaking bug that would cause your save to completely corrupt. I was about halfway into the game. Me and my brother were co-oping and everything. We were having a good time. I was playing it by myself, having a good time. We were in party chat. We were just talking and everything. And I had to close out my game for whatever reason. I booted the game back up and loaded up. Mind you, Dark Souls auto saves for you. It doesn't necessarily have like it does have a save feature, whatever the case may be, but it was one of those situations to where I never had the issue before, so I wasn't thinking about it. But I loaded my game up, and it told me my save was corrupted. My brother can testify. I didn't play the game after that. I didn't play Dark Souls again until Dark Souls 3. I was that turned off by it. And it's literally that critical for me. When you have those types of experiences where you lose, I had to have at least 30 hours in the game at that point. When you lose that kind of time, it doesn't make you really want to play the game anymore at that point. I will move on, and I will do something completely different. And I thought I was going to have one of those experiences, and that's just a couple hours into the game. Not even that, right? I mean, yeah, it was a couple hours into the game at that point, but that would have been a turnoff for me, right? Now, would I have started over just because I do like Dying Light? Possibly. It's only 2 hours, but again, it can be something that can turn someone off of the game and not want to play.
Watchdog Legion. Exactly what happened to me, man.
Watch Dogs. Yeah, there was another one that did the same. That's not acceptable.
I lost 5 hours.
It's not acceptable.
It was done. Put it away.
Exactly. It will make you not want to ever go back to the game. Now, I put down Watch Dogs for different reasons, just because. Well, anyway, that's neither here or there. But to get back into Dying Light 2, Pong. I know you were a Dying Light 1 fan. You enjoy the kind of the world building, the ecosystem, how it has everything set up, the traversal, the combat, everything, the mechanics.
Dying Light 2, man. With it having all the controversy it had behind it, with it being in the kind of development hell that it was in, and for us to get the product that we have, albeit it's not perfect.
No.
How do you feel about it? Is it satisfactory? Is it worth your purchase? And how do you feel about the game up to this point with almost 20 hours in?
Yeah. I'm actually really enjoying it. Obviously, we are having a good time. To put that many hours straight into it, at no point did I want to quit and go do something else. So that's saying a lot for the game itself. The progression is fantastic. Like Steel said, in the beginning, I was getting frustrated with some of the parkouring and stuff.
Especially falling off of buildings.
Yeah, falling off buildings was, that was like judging how far you could drop without losing 90% of your health is a problem, right? So, and it's inconsistent. I will still say that the parkouring is not as tight as I expected it to be. There are points where I'm like, really? I hit that jump. Like, really? So some of that still to this point, but as I've progressed and I've increased the skills, and like Steel said, we both loaded up on the stamina so far, really have felt better. It 100%. Really does make you appreciate that you are improving, that your skill means something, right? It's not just there as a skill tree. It really does make the game play differently as you go up. Love all of that. Combat, satisfying. Combat is extremely satisfying. Those weapons,
they feel
with
good.
weight.
Oh my God.
You could tell the difference between a bludgeon and a slash.
Yeah.
You could tell
feels
that
different.
in those weapons. It feels different. Everything about the combat is fantastic. Absolutely. I mean, the gore is all over the place. It is glorious. If you are into that, it is fantastic. So really loving that aspect. Man, I'm gonna have to go blow my nose after this. This is crazy. But the game overall, look, if I had to give you, again, I don't do reviews of games because I finished very few games, but if I had to give you overall impressions, I say this game is in the 80s as far as a review score. The 70s and the lower scores, I don't know where these people are coming from. Honestly, I can't, again, it's an opinion, but I don't see where people are getting these low scores. Bugs wise, again, like Steel said, there are bugs. There are things that happen that shouldn't be happening, that they do need to obviously patch and fix, whether it is character animations, whether it is just certain things happening. We had a body disappear. We killed a major boss.
Yeah.
And his body disappeared, so we couldn't loot him.
Yeah.
Okay, those kind of things are there, but are they obnoxious? No. Again, do I have a higher tolerance for bugs? Yes, I do. Again, I played through Cyberpunk 2077 without a patch on the Series X and love the game. Think it's my game of the generation. So last generation. So I have a higher tolerance for bugs. However, I don't think that there's anything that we've come across so far that has been game breaking or anything like that to that point where I would downplay the score into 70s or even lower. I think this is an 80s game. The story is really well done, like Steel said. And like we talked about, some of the writing is spot on. But there are aspects to the story that go, what? This does not make any sense.
Exactly.
But acting overall, most of it, top notch. I actually enjoy the characters. Characters are very individualized. And some of the just the random NPC talk, just some of the small talk is well done as well. So I think that overall, this game is just a step up over Dying Light 1. The nighttime is still frantic, but not as frantic as Dying Light 1, in my opinion.
At least not yet.
And at least not. Look, there's certain situations you can get yourself into. Steel and I got ourselves into some bad situations. Okay, bad. Yeah. Mostly my fault. You guys have been watching the gameplay in the background. You've probably seen some of it. I caused a lot of issues. Okay, I made some mistakes. Steel tried to come save me, which cost him his life. Okay, so that was on me. I apologize to Steel a bunch of times during this game because I was like, man, why did I do that? What did I do? But overall, you do have to use, not only is the skill progression great, but your accessories, all of your things that you can buy, whether it's UV lights, whether it's grenades, all of them have a place in this game, which is nice. Like, sure, could you probably do it without using them? Maybe, but I still think that there's a lot of scenarios where you have to use some of the crafting, and you really, and not every game gives you that, right? Some of the crafting in games is just there to add another feature, right? And if you want to use it, great, use it. If you don't.
Right.
In this game, you definitely want to craft. You definitely want to upgrade your weapons. You definitely want to mod out your weapons in this game. That's one problem I do, is that there's no repairing weapons in this game. So if you come across your favorite weapon, you're probably going to wind up breaking it and losing it. And you're going to have to find a comparable weapon. So that kind of makes me sad, because I do wind up with favorite weapons that I usually like to run around with. There is a durability mod. Steel actually looked this up yesterday. Yeah, we're trying to figure it out, because you find enough weapons. You're never without a weapon. Steel was without a weapon for a little bit in his campaign.
So that shit was wild.
Yeah. But overall, you're going to find, if you are hunting, if you are doing some side quests and you are searching all the containers and stuff, you're going to find enough weapons to keep you alive. However, we did have to look it up, because we were waiting for it to open up where we could repair our weapons, because I was holding on to some of my favorites. I had spent some big money on, like, a artifact is their legendary level in that game. I found I purchased an artifact shovel called the Grave Digger, which I was absolutely just loving, man. That thing was just destroying people. So I was holding on to it and waiting, and then Steel finally looked it up, and there is a durability mod, which I found I actually have it. You have to upgrade that durability mod, and then you can use that to kind of like repair your weapon, but eventually that weapon will break. Okay, so eventually you will get to the point, if you use it enough, where it will go to become useless. Okay, at that point. So that's something to be aware of. But overall, modding the weapons definitely changes it.
Yeah.
You can combine like shock and fire, like Steel and I were last night, and those effects,
we were messing
when they hit
up last night.
Oh, when they hit, they are awesome. Let me tell you, a lot going on the screen. That's pretty cool. Yeah, level design, verticality in this game compared to Dying Light 1 definitely changes the rules. Man, Steel and I got some high points in that game. That's really fun. A lot of Assassin's Creed to it. That is really cool. Side missions are worthwhile. They're not like Witcher 3 side missions where you feel like you're actually having a better time on the side missions. A lot of them are fetch quests. A lot of them are go here, get this, blah, blah, blah. But they're well done. And they do give you to different areas that you may not have explored without them, which I think is important, because the areas are big. The areas are really big. Like Steel and I were talking about at the beginning, 18 hours in, and we were just opening up a whole nother section of the city, right? And there's like 5 new areas that we have not even touched in that area yet, 18 hours in. So they are big, and you can spend a lot of time. Steel and I we are explorers. Now, we didn't do every side mission in the opening parts of it. We didn't do every side mission. We did a lot of side missions. And then there's little mini side missions that you'll come across, like little activities that happen that you can do too. Steel and I did a lot of those too, because you do get some experience points for that.
It was more so we were pushing forward because we were trying to see if we're going to unlock repair at some point.
Repairs. Yeah, that's what we're trying to get.
Now that I know that that's not there, it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to go do whatever until whatever sounds good at the time.
So like I said, nighttime is not as frantic. However, I still really enjoy it. And if you get down on the ground, especially in nighttime, you're in a world of hurt, because they have howlers galore, and those howlers start the chase sequence. And when that chase sequence starts, man, you are running, you aren't fighting. Okay. You are running for your life to a UV spot, right? That you have to, there's no way you're getting through that. So, overall, I applaud Techland. Like Steel started out by saying, this was in development hell. Those stories came out and were true. Up until like a year and a half ago, there was people believing that this was still going to be vaporware, that this game was never coming. Techland has some leadership issues, which were talked about. Again, it's all hearsay. We don't know the internal workings of these studios, but there was enough talk about it that the leadership especially at the head, was really a big problem. That
Right.
there was constant changes being made to the game, like on the fly. Like
Right.
devs were spending months on a certain section and then it was completely scrapped. So I think that's what wound up happening here. They just got to a point where they refocused, said, look, we have to get this game out. So they refocused, finished the game, but didn't have the time to go back and really polish. And I think that's where that's what's hurting this game. But I would not listen to the reviews that said this game was not good or that there was so many bugs it was almost unplayable. I don't agree with that.
It's not.
Steel and I, 18 hours in with co-op, for all the problems they said with the co-op originally, that first patch, the day 0 patch that came out, seemed to fix all those problems, because Steel and I have had no problems. We had one time yesterday when Steel went and did Stubbs Cast, where I continued to play on my own, and I was kind of waiting for him because I wanted him to get this chest with me and all this kind of stuff. I had been waiting for him. He jumped back in and could not join my game, no matter what we did. Couldn't join. I had to actually quit out of my game and then come back into it, and then he could join. So that's the only connection problem that we've had, and I don't even know what caused it, but that was the only time. Otherwise, he is not. We have not had anybody.
There was
out.
One other thing. Yeah, because I did see the whole co-op aspect of it. People are having issues with that because they actually made a post saying, oh, we know that co-op is an issue. We haven't had an issue with co-op. Like, once we're connected, we're fine. Like, there may be desync in the character movements and stuff like that. That might be what it is. But as far as like staying connected, zero issue. Now, I did have issues multiple times yesterday, and it is annoying. It's annoying as hell. Is the sound just clipping out?
Yeah, the sound clipping out. You did have that. So I did not have it once. Steel had it. Steel, you're playing on the Series X, right?
Yeah, I'm playing on the Series X.
Yeah, so am I. I didn't have any sound issues, but Steel wound up in the sound issues.
I had it like 3 different times yesterday, and it was annoying because it's not like, oh, the sound goes out and it's just quiet. I can deal with that for a little bit, but it's the sound goes out and then there's just buzzing. Like, it's literally zzz, and I'm like,
and you need sound in this game. If you have a headsets or you have a great surround sound,
need sound.
use it.
Yeah,
you need it.
It's amazing because the sound work. Oh God, especially at night. Oh, it's fearful. Like, you start hearing some of these sounds, and you're like,
bro, the screaming is crazy. I'm freaked out with my headphones. I'm like, yo, man, there are people dying everywhere. Not that you can go help them because it's just like it's just programmed sound.
Right.
But at the same time, as far as atmosphere goes, when the sun goes down,
it amps it up. Whew.
Everything changes.
Oh, you hear that siren go? Because me and Paul finally figured out that the siren, what the siren was for, is
storm warning
nighttime.
or the nuclear siren. Oh God, when that thing first started going off, I was like, "Steel, what the hell is going on, man? What is happening?"
I was like, "We're about to die. It's Fallout.
Yeah, it's
over."
Die.
But no, we figured it out. It's just a signal for nighttime. And even that, it adds this extra layer of just ambiance to the game, man. Oh, yeah. They definitely nailed it in those departments. Again, I'm going to continue to tell people, if you liked the first game, this is definitely going to be right up there, up that alley. The dismemberment, there's no better feeling than swinging your slashing weapon or your, what is the other name of it? Can't think of it.
Great axe.
No, when you have blunt weapons, when you smack somebody in the head with it, it feels completely different from each other. Like, you don't get the same feeling from axing somebody's heads off to smashing their heads off. Or
we have had some floating heads too.
Yeah,
so just to point that out, that bug, floating body parts, floating heads. We have had some. I got some great screenshots of Steel standing next to a floating head, so I'm gonna post those.
Now, mind you, Pong ended up getting that a lot more than I did. I had my first experience of it. I had my first experience last night, but it would happen one time for me. But
you're absolutely correct about that. Again, the weapons are the best, or one of the best aspects of the game. The physics in it, hitting somebody with a great mace, like a heavy-handed with your power hit, and they go flying up against the wall.
It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling.
That's a great feeling. That's a great feeling. Shout out to the team too for not trying to reinvent the lockpicking system, using the best lockpicking system of all time, which is the Skyrim model.
It's great.
Thank you, Techland, for using that.
It's great.
It's still difficult. There are some differences to the Skyrim
Right.
one. However, at the end of the day, it is Skyrim at its heart. And since I am a Skyrim fiend, man, I love that lockpicking system. Thank you so much for putting that in Techland and not trying to do something crazy with it. I love that. Love that as well. What else? Oh, music.
Oh yeah, the
music in
is
this
on
sound.
point.
Sound is fantastic. Steel just touched on it. The sound is incredible when it's working. Really good spatial sound. You could hear the zombies coming from all different ways, especially with my headset. You can definitely do that. But the music changes up. It has so many different styles of music in this game. It really does lend itself. It doesn't overpower the game by any stretch. It blends in perfectly. But there are some moments where it'll change, where one moment you got some nice, kind of calm, classical, kind of dramatic music. All of a sudden the techno ramps up, right? And it's like, dang, something's coming. We gotta go. What's going on? Perfectly well done. Love the music in this game as well. Just overall, again, Techland did a great job. Like Steel said, if you like Dying Light and Ham Solo, to your point, brother, the right button jump, even for an old Dying Light guy like me who played a lot of Dying Light, especially on PS4 back in the day, the right button is still odd. And that was one of Steel's biggest things out the gate too. The right button to jump is still odd.
I still wish I could change it.
Yeah,
I really want to remap it. I might literally set up a setting on my controller, on my Elite controller, to where I reverse the setting for it, because
that is an odd.
It messes with me just because naturally A button's the jump. Why is my right button jump? Like it doesn't make any sense. Like the buttons could literally be separate from each other and it would serve the same purpose. Like 100% literally. Like it doesn't make any sense to why it has to be right bumper.
Right.
Because I could literally use my A button for my right bumper.
Right.
I don't get that. But the perfect dodges, like you said, Boba, they're on point. It gives you a good feeling to slow down the time, and it doesn't over dramatize it for it's not too long. It's perfect. The parrying, that's definitely something to get used to. I'm still getting used to that because sometimes it feels like it can be a little bit off, but maybe it's just me that's just not being used to the game. But it feels good when you do land a parry and you jump over somebody, you go into a kick, all that stuff feels good. The game feels good, man.
Yeah. And like Steel said too, with the progression as the skills get up there, like Steel said last night, especially when we started taking some more chances at night, because at night, for anybody who doesn't know, at night, the zombies come out of the buildings, and that's why the streets are bad, right? The streets are awful at night. So they hide out in the buildings during the day. So at night they come out. So that's your chance to go in the buildings, and they have specific nighttime buildings that you go into to search for loot and all that kind of stuff. And last night, Steel and I were we went into is it gear? No, it's not gear level. It's
it's like a gear.
No, what's the skill level? Skill level 3.
Oh
right?
yeah, skill level 3. Player level
skill
3
level
or whatever they call it.
Yeah, we were between. I was a 2. Steel was a 3. We went into a level 4 building and took some chances. We were fighting off. We went into a hospital, and we were fighting off. We were working our way down the hospital level by level, collecting loot, and we were doing okay. Like we were all right. Bro, we didn't realize that morning was coming, and we were still inside the building when morning came, and then a warning popped up and said, progression through this will be much more difficult because it's morning now. And Steel and I are like, okay, all right, well,
we're in the building.
Around. We're doing good. We're in the building. We're like we were 2 or 3 floors down.
Yeah, we're on 3rd floor, going to the
yeah. So we're like, okay, let's keep going here. Bad mistake. Like things were fine. Then we walk down the staircase. Steel's ahead of me, and all of a sudden he's on the mic. Bro, there's a lot of guys down here. I look over the staircase down, and it included some big boys, which I was like, okay, we got to go. We go back upstairs. There's a big boy waiting for us.
No, he was there.
He was there. Yeah. Needless to say, there are still some of those. Like Steel and I can take down the big lumbering giant ones now. We got that down to science now. So we got that. But these guys, they're like tanks. They're like Hulk.
Okay, they're like speed hole. They are fast and they are big and they are strong.
They hurt. They hurt.
And so Steel and I still cannot take down those guys at this point. Like we got him down halfway and then he murdered both of us. It was over.
No, and actually in this gameplay clip, I just watched it. The first time that we ran into one, we were on like tier 3, and there was nobody coming in the building. We had killed everybody. I don't know how he got into the building or whatever the case, but
yeah, because we were on chase level 3
on our way to 4.
And I were feeling good. We were just hiding out in this building. This chase level kept building because we were avoiding all this because we were sitting in the building. We cleared it out, and I'm like, oh, Steel, I wonder if we get an achievement for getting away from a chase level 4. I'm like, let's try it out. And we're like, yeah, we're just sitting in here.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah. We're searching, finding stuff.
Shows up.
It is out of nowhere. And mind you, first time running into him, we almost kill him. He had us a sliver of health left, and somehow he bum rushes us and kills us both. I don't know how he does it because I'm behind him.
It's his charge with his double slash that he does.
I guess that's what it was. That thing obliterated us, and I had at least half health left. It completely obliterated us, and we failed. We lost all that experience that we had that night. It was a bad feeling. He hurts. Not saying that he's impossible to beat, but when you're in closed spaces, it's just a little bit hard. He's a little bit harder to fight, man. But it's good. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be, right? As you get in more experience, you get better gear. Hopefully, we can start fighting a little bit more against that.
Yeah.
Again, things are feeling really good, man.
And the risk reward factor, right?
Yeah,
we didn't even touch on that. The risk reward factor is big at night, and it is there. It's real. I had some moments where, again, the Parker cost me, and it cost me my bonus experience at night because you get bonus experience for surviving a night,
right?
And that cost me because if you die, you lose all that experience. Yep. So that did hurt. And there was a couple times, but that risk reward definitely amps up the stress levels when you're trying to do something like looting a building at night or whatever the case may be, or you're on the run for your life and you've built up some good experience and you don't want to lose it. It definitely ramps it up. I like that aspect of it as well.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a wonderful feeling. Beautiful people, if you're still here, locked and loaded, definitely hit that like button, share us out. If you're enjoying the conversation, again, you could tell me and Pong are pretty passionate this week, man. I mean, like we are every week, but man, we're getting right into it already, almost 3 hours in, man, giving you all that live content. Go ahead, man. Giving it to you live, raw, and uncut, like we always say here. So definitely share us out, like it, tell a buddy or two. We are on that road to 1,000 subs, man. I definitely think that we can hit 2 grand by the end of the year. Would definitely love that. So hopefully we can definitely hit that goal. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, y'all have been having excellent conversation here throughout the chat. Again, y'all have been nothing but amazing. We got 1 or 2 topics that we may be getting into. There's a couple of different directions that we may end up taking this, just depending on where Pong thinks is going to be a good direction to take us into. But yeah, if y'all got any questions, man, definitely hit us up in the chat. Let us know anything that we could touch on. We definitely want to touch on those things. And again, definitely appreciate you all for being here. Again, Dying Light 2 has been a great time. Definitely get into it, try it out for yourself, and see if it's something that's going to be for you. Again, it's hard to say, yeah, let's spend $60 for this game that you know nothing about and maybe you're not so interested in. But you know, to each their own. Everybody has their own thing. I did want to kind of touch on a little bit while Pong's gone about Phil Spencer receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award at the 25th Annual DICE Awards. And he's going to be given that award by Todd Howard himself. And again, this is going to give a little bit of a back end story. This is going to be brought to you by interactive.org. They ended up bringing the statement up, so shout out to them, bringing up some good content here for us. And essentially, the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences, today announced that Phil Spencer, CEO, Microsoft Gaming, will be the recipient of the AIAS Lifetime Achievement Award. Spencer will be honored at the 25th Annual DICE Awards ceremony, which will be held at the Mandalay Bay Resorts in Las Vegas, and live streamed by IGN on Thursday, February 24th. By Bethesda Game Studios game director and executive producer Todd Howard will present the 2022 Lifetime Achievement Award.
God's
to
going to
Spencer.
present them. Isn't that nice? I like it.
Phil Spencer was named CEO of Microsoft Gaming in January 2022 and has worked in technology and entertainment for more than 30 years, leading global business, creative, and engineering teams. Since joining Microsoft in 1988 as an intern, Spencer has held numerous roles at the company, including Executive Vice President, Gaming Head of Xbox, Corporate Vice President of Microsoft Studios, and General Manager of Microsoft Game Studios, EMEA. Look, man. They go on to say in here also that Phil Spencer has demonstrated both passion and leadership throughout his entire career at Microsoft. He's as responsible for countless impactful and pivotal initiatives that have reverberated throughout the entire gaming industry, said Megan Scavio, president of the AIAS. On behalf of the Academy's board of directors, we are looking forward to celebrating Spencer's important impact on video game history by presenting him with our Lifetime Achievement Award. Again, previous recipients of the Lifetime Achievement Award include Minoru Arakawa, Howard Lincoln, Ken Kutaragi in 2007, Doug Lowenstein in 2009, Ben Gordon 2010, Satoru Iwata in 2015, Gino Takeda, in 2017. And again, this is just one of those things to where they show love and they show representation to people who have made an impact. Just made an impact on our industry, man. And I definitely put Phil as one of those people. Again, I'm definitely one of those guys that are going to say that I believe Phil's definitely going to go down in Microsoft history as one of the greatest CEOs, especially for gaming, because he's done nothing but bring great representation on what it is to not only be a gamer, but to show that he understands what our industry needs and how we should move forward. And I think that's an amazing thing. Again, I've definitely had my eye on Phil Spencer since he's kind of stepped onto the scene. Definitely that Power On documentary gave me a little bit more perspective on the depth that he's had with Microsoft. I didn't realize that he was as deeply involved as he had been until I saw that document, and that caused me to do a little bit more deeper research and look at some more things. And I definitely want to hear his story, especially going to the Xbox One, going into the Series generation, because I think that's going to be an amazing story to tell, just to get that perspective from him, especially this comeback story, right? That's causing all this conversation of monopoly and everything else to happen now out of nowhere, supposedly. And I think it's just an amazing thing. Again, it speaks to what greatness where greatness can come from when there's somebody who is passionate, has an understanding, has a love for our hobby and what we see as enthusiasts. And again, for him to get recognized again, as a lot of people say, the God Howard, just for what he has also presented into the gaming universe, I think it's an amazing thing. Now it's not the biggest topic of the day or whatever the case may be, and it's not something that everybody's going to care about, but I do feel like it's something to be mentioned because Phil has been an impactful influence on gaming overall. I feel like if it wasn't for him, we may not be getting the competition that we're getting now. If it wasn't for him, maybe we wouldn't be getting the kind of community-driven responses that we get, the involvement that we get. There's just so much behind the scenes that I feel has been enacted to where Microsoft and Xbox is getting a better light than what they've had previously, right? The one thing that I've always liked about Microsoft or in Xbox is that, and I know they've kind of come away from it before, now, but you can you were able to get in contact with someone, right? And you were able to get that customer service, that that forward-facing consumer base that they kind of had, and I definitely want them to carry that forward. Doom Reaper said, "Well, Todd is a previous winner," and again, you see the kind of greats that kind of get put into this and what it represents. Pass it off to you, Pong. How do you feel about this award? What does it mean for you? How do you feel about this? And then, hey, it's being presented by your guy, the God Howard.
Look, it's well deserved. This is again, we'll probably see more Phil start accepting more and more awards as we go along here. I don't know how many they do throughout the industry, but I'm sure he's already gotten a bunch as well. Like I said, Steel, leading the way forward in the gaming industry, putting himself front and center through his actions and his words, right? He's backed up his words with his actions, but really trying to make a difference in this industry, not just from a business standpoint, not just from a content standpoint, as far as the games and all that kind of stuff,
Right.
but the people, the human side of this industry, whether it's the initiative to improve people's experiences on Xbox Live, right, and trying to work against the toxicity and the abuse and the bullying and all that kind of stuff, just for us as gamers, right? To speaking out on diversity in the gaming industry and representation, as you always talk about, Steel, and how important that is to Xbox, and really driving home that philosophy within his team and showing that he means it, and backing it up with putting people, different people in positions of power that normally back in the day when it was a good old boys club just wouldn't have happened, right? Making that happen. And then on top of that, talking about how to make the industry better for the devs, and to that the people that pour their, heart and soul, blood, sweat, and tears into these games can have a better experience at the studios, and to make sure that those people are taken care of, right? He talks about that with the Activision Blizzard deal, that's one of his main jobs, is to make sure that those thousands of people are taken care of, that they want to stay around, that they don't get burnt out, that they want to be a part of what Xbox is building, right? Every level, Phil walks the walk and talks the talk, right? He does that. And all the while being one of the most powerful men in this industry, all the while remaining true to his core, which is a gamer, right? This man is again, I say this all the time when we talk about Phil, and I kid around when I say God Howard or whatever. I think it's funny, but I certainly don't idolize, like, on that level other people, right? That we're all human beings. We all put our genes on, we all bleed, everything. It doesn't matter who you are, right? So I don't get into that whole idolization thing, of sports figures or anything like that. I have some that I certainly look up to, but when I talk about Phil, I again, all this hate that people have towards Phil, the clown show, the circus that they spew all the time, it's just so absolutely ridiculous and just hilarious to me that you could not look at this guy and understand what he means, because what he means to this industry, because he is somebody who legitimately does not shy away from speaking out, number one. Number two, not just being a talking head, but also every day trying to live with that philosophy that he truly believes in, and showing it to the community, being out there front facing, not behind the scenes, even
100%.
being out there in front of people and saying, hey, this is what I believe in. This is who I am. And you guys can judge me, because I'm going to be out here and showing you and being transparent. And you guys are going to have the ability to see if I screw up, I'm going to screw up in public, and you guys are going to be able to see that. Right. And he puts himself out there. Right. And he's not afraid to do that. And I think, again, this award speaks to all of that the industry as a whole is a better place because Phil Spencer is leading Xbox right now. His turn on what he's done to turn around that ship has been nothing short of miraculous. Obviously, as he points out constantly, this is another great trait of his. He never takes the praise. Right. He always wants to pass it to those below him. Right. And those beside him, right? His team. He always talks about that. I think he even did that when he talked about this award. He said, it's not just about, this is not just me. This is team effort here. Right. This is all about the team. And he's not just saying that to try to be humble in the public eye. That's who Phil is. Yeah. Phil honestly does not, even though he understands his position, even though he is the leader and he obviously does take on those qualities. Right. At the same time, that's truly who Phil is. Phil is like, no. credit goes to my team. Like without these people, I could not be here at all. Like I would not be the person I am. I would not be the leader I am. Xbox would not be where they are without all these people behind me and beside me.
Which shows you.
Yeah, it shows you truly who he is. Again, the industry is better because Phil Spencer is a part of it, and not only a part of it because he is one of the main people in this industry right now. And obviously, we talk about constantly, his push for this change on all levels.
Right.
And that's the best part about it. So hats off to Phil. Hats off to his team again. But it was Phil that has put those people in that position as well. He has built his team, which means he himself is a good judge of character,
right,
and a good judge of talent, and a good judge of human beings in general, right? To put the people around him that believe in those same philosophies as him,
right,
to get them to this point. So this award is well deserved. I'm glad he is being recognized. He should be recognized. And again, bravo. And it's all the better that my man Todd Howard is going to be presenting it, because obviously not only being a past winner, but him and Todd are really great friends.
No, they are. Yeah.
So that's the cool part about that, man. If I ever accept an award, I want my brother Steel presenting. So that's for damn sure. So I would not want a stranger or somebody I just know as a business just another fellow business person presenting me. I want Steel.
That's so funny. Hey, you definitely gonna have the hype behind it for sure. Oh man. Hey man, from there, I mean, we're 3 hours in. Where you want to take the show, man?
Well, we got to touch on Sony, Bungie. We have to. This is big news, man. We don't get Sony in the news very often. We got to talk about Sony, Bungie, and we can roll that into what you titled this whole thing, PlayStation looking for games as a service, because those were comments that came out from Jim Ryan after the fact. So let's do it, man. Let's knock this show out of the park with this final home run here. Let's do it.
Let's do it. So Sony and Bungie and this whole idea of going as a games of a service direction, or as I titled the video, Sony looking for gas, because that's exactly what they're looking for, man. Something that's going to keep them fueled up and involved with the ecosystem, and not the stinky kind.
They're looking for the fuel.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to pull this article from Video Games Chronicle. This is going to be touching on the whole Sony looking to have 10 live service games in development for them. So it starts off with this. Shout out to VGC. Y'all do amazing work out there. And this was posted by Jordan Midler. So, excuse me. When speaking on the recent acquisition of Bungie for $3.6 billion, which we kind of end up finding out later than that it was about for 2.4, somewhere in there, two whatever billion, 2 and some change. And then the rest was as an incentive for people or for the devs to stay within the company or stay within Sony. So the chief financial officer, Hiroki Totoki, also revealed that the Destiny developer is working on a major new IP, which we all knew, at least those are involved in the gaming scene, and that the company plans to harness Bungie's experience in the live service space going forward. This is something that we kind of spoke on to last week, because this is the only thing that makes sense. If you're going to get the creators of Halo involved, the creators of Destiny involved, obviously these people know how to create a first-person experience, a first-person shooter. Not only that, but they know what to do as far as creating a live service game, a game that can live on for at least 10 years. They did it with the first Destiny. They did it with Halo. They did it with Destiny, and then they also did it with Destiny 2. Regardless of how you feel about it. And I know a lot of people try to downplay Destiny. Oh, Destiny's trash. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Whether you want to believe it or not, Destiny caused people to come over in droves every time there's new DLC dropped. My stepdad plays Destiny, and he's not even a gamer anymore for real. But guess what? He plays Destiny. His co-worker somehow coerced him to get an Xbox and to play Destiny when it was available on Game Pass. And now guess what? He's 100% involved and 100% dedicated on grinding out Destiny on a week-to-week basis. Mind you, he used to play games back in the day. Like the last game he really played for real. Of course, he played like Magic over the years and things like that. But the last game that he really played for real like that was Diablo 2.
So this has got to give you some perspective on where he's come. So now his next major game that he's kind of taking serious is Destiny. It has pull, and it always does. It has people that come over. You can look at the stats. Part of the reason why they made this acquisition is that it makes people look and makes people interested, and it quells me, even me, as someone who's kind of backed off of Destiny because I'm tired of them sunsetting gear or making me grind out for all these things and then saying, oh yeah, that stuff is irrelevant now, or bringing in content into the game and then pulling the content away. Like, we get on to other people about this, and of course the Destiny community gets on to them about it, but nobody else is kind of bringing this like, oh, well, they just took planets away that you can never get to anymore. Like, the content that was there in the beginning of the game, you cannot access anymore. It's gone. That's fucked up to me. I mean, and it is what it is. You got to move forward. They want to keep the game on the smaller side as best as possible. They don't want to have a 200 gig game, whatever the case may be. Cool. I still feel like it's just unfortunate. And as a avid PvP player for Destiny, it's become a turnoff. But I cannot lie and say, because of the customization, because of the vastness that Destiny does have, they do entice me every time there's new DLC that comes out. But go forward. While it wasn't made clear if Bungie would be developing any of these titles, it appears that many first-party developers, including the Last of Us studio Naughty Dog, are currently working on a live service title. Hey, Naughty Dog, you're still hiring. Where's the fucking PvP at? Where's factions at? Anyway, speaking during the call,
Steel can't pass it up. He can't pass it.
I can't. Speaking during the call transcribed by VGC on what Bungie will bring to PlayStation, Totoki said, our studios will learn from Bungie that it is a strong wish we have with the Bungie side is to work closely with us. PlayStation has become known for its blockbuster single-player games such as Spider-Man, The Last of Us, and Ghost of Tsushima. But last May, Sony said it plans to develop more service-led experiences with its first-party roster for release of both on and off of console, in line with its increasing focus on mobile and PC releases. Let's be honest, it's more so, that's not necessarily about mobile, it's more so about the PC side. We intend to build upon our growing experience and ambition in the games as service space to complement our continued strength in the narrative-led titles. The PlayStation fans know and love, SIE CEO Jim Ryan said at the time. Now, when Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard, they didn't just buy Call of Duty. They bought every game they've made in the 30 years of history. Sony is a little bit more hesitant, he said after interviewing PlayStation boss Jim Ryan in advance of the announcement. And again, this was done by Jordan Middler. So, overall, PlayStation Sony is looking to highly invest in the next, I don't think it's just the next decade. I honestly think it's the next 20 years, 30 years of what gaming is going to be for them, to give people a reason to invest in their ecosystem. And from what I get from this whole thing is that live service games are not a detractor. They're not a reason to like kind of downplay or whatever the case may be. They give you a reason for people to invest in your ecosystem and to stay invested. That has been Sony's weakest point in any of their generations, right? They can have 140 million consoles sold and only have 30 million people on PlayStation Now within a certain amount of time or whatever the case, or PlayStation Plus, whatever the case may be. And that's not acceptable enough for them, right? When you have that strong of a base, you want to be able to reach more than just 10% of your market, right? You want to be able to get everybody involved, or even less than that in a lot of the case. So for me, that just speaks on the bigger point that Xbox has definitely Microsoft has definitely seen the picture way earlier than Sony has, because they've been working on it from the gate. Again, original Xbox, we had party chat, we didn't have party chat, but we had Xbox Live, and then it turned into party chat, and then it turned involved into, hey, having a community. And then Xbox has always been kind of the king of the multiplayer experiences. Mainly the way that I've always seen it was, yeah, we were paying for it. So you would expect that you would get the better experience when you're paying for the service, right? But that's neither here or there. Games as a service, as many people like try to again downplay it or whatever the case may be, it only benefits us as the gamer in the long run because it gives you a reason to stay invested. Again, there's a reason. The reason why you can hop in and out of a Destiny is because they release new content and they're not dependent on you jumping in and staying in. Or not gonna say they're not investing in you jumping and staying in because they do depend on that, but they're not investing on you trying it out and saying that it's not for you. They want you to come in and say, man, I really like this. I think I'm gonna spend some time with this. And then you're 20 hours in, you're like, man, that skin looks cool. Let me buy that. It's kind of the move, right? Giving people more so a reason to jump into multiple titles, giving people an ecosystem to where they can invest their own funds, kind of like what Fortnite has done, kind of like what Warzone has done, kind of what Halo is doing now, what Gears has done. There's so many other multiplayer games that look at the broader scope of how they can not only gain attention, but also get people to invest into their ecosystem. That this is the bigger play, man. And Bungie is going to, I personally feel like, is the perfect stepping stone to move them in that direction. Because who better than the people who kind of reinvigorated the console multiplayer space, right? That really set the standard for it, honestly, in my perspective. And have firsthand experience on what it's going to take. Again, they broke away from Apple, go to Microsoft. They broke away from Microsoft to go to Activision, and then now they left Activision and now they're with Sony. The biggest thing for me though is that there's a lot more in this deal than meets the eye, man. Especially on the Bungie side of things, just because Bungie seemingly has a lot more say, kind of like what Vincent Pella has with EA, right? He could kind of throw his weight around and say, hey, man, you either let me do this or I'm not going to do it. Like, at the end of the day, like that's kind of the depth that we're talking about. And Bungie, especially if you really look at the deal for what it is, have a lot more say than you would typically expect out of a Sony house company. Bungie, at this point, from my understanding, still holds all the rights to the IP, still holds all the creative kind of perspective for them, has creative control, I should say, for the IP. And at least from my perspective, from what I understand, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, is in a position to where, again, if they are unhappy, they will leave with Destiny. Or leave with whatever IP that they end up creating. Now, whether that's really the truth or not, we don't know. I would love to be sitting on that meeting to really nail down what is the truth behind it all. But at least from the way that I look at it, Bungie has seemingly gotten away with murder. Because typically this doesn't happen, man. Where you come in and you say, hey, well, I have this IP and you're going to let me do whatever I want with it. And I'm going to distribute to wherever I want to, and you're just going to like it. Now, would that end up being the case 5 years from now in Destiny 3 or their next IP? Maybe, maybe not. Now, again, Bungie has blatantly made it obvious that if you do not appeal to what they're happy with, they will move on. And that's kind of what's crazy about this whole scenario. Because yes, can they help Sony develop their service-based side, and can they help with the live service side of games and give their input? Yeah, they definitely can. Also, Bungie isn't the same Bungie that they were before. So it's kind of like, there's a lot of that talent that is over at 343 now. There is a lot of that talent that is in other studios now. So it's kind of hard to say that really that they're going to make this kind of impact that's going to be long lasting and be super impactful on the end run, right? At least to me. But obviously they have a product in Destiny 2 that can garner attention. They can put out DLC, can house a consistent player base. Because let's face it, the people who play Destiny, they play Destiny. They don't play any other games, maybe a couple here and there, but they dedicate time, energy, and effort because that's the kind of what Destiny has created. So Pong, I want to pass this off to you. How do you feel about this whole thing with Sony going live service and now finally seemingly realizing that there is an avenue to kind of chase down here that Xbox has kind of been definitely speaking to, has been kind of I'll definitely say the kings of. So let's say a perfect example, Microsoft, because I've heard this been said before, and I like it. Microsoft is the jungle and Sony is the lion, kind of roaming that jungle. And they're kind of finally realizing and settling in on the ecosystem that jungle has kind of built up over the years. How do you feel about this whole 10 live service game being in development? What does Bungie mean necessarily to Sony? And what is the value that's going to necessarily can come out of this, man? Like, what do you think about it?
Yeah, first things first. Sony Bungie, 3.6 billion, 2.4 up front, 1.2 in retention bonuses, like Steel said. That's a much better deal than just a straight 3.6, right? I still thought it was a win overall for both sides. Did they pay a premium for Bungie? Of course they did. Everybody's paying a premium right now. Microsoft paid a premium for Activision Blizzard, even though they got a deal, even though that's hard to say they got a deal, but They did. But at the end of the day, they still paid way over what the stock price was, right? Way over. Now, that was self-inflicted by Activision Blizzard, obviously. But at the end of the day, Microsoft couldn't walk in there and say, well, you're at $68 a share. We're going to give you $75 a share. That's not what they could do. They came in and offered 95.
Right.
Everybody's paying a premium because right now, once again, this is the hottest industry in the world. Talent is limited. Okay. It's not, there's a lot of it, but it's all taken already.
Right.
So if you want to buy something right now, you are going to overpay. Yeah. So yes, did Sony overpay? Of course they did. They paid a premium, but they got value at the end of the day. 2.4 billion upfront, 1.2 in retention. That's a good deal because that guarantees that people are going to have a reason to stick around, and Bungie's going to have a reason to remain with Sony no matter what, right? That's a lot of money. Okay. So good deal on Sony's part. Big win on Bungie to remain independent.
Yeah.
To be able to self-publish, to make the decisions. Again, I'm skeptical that they're not going to get something exclusive out of this at some point, right? I'm skeptical. However, if you just look at it, like you said, Steel, Sony gains an entire studio, nearly over 900 people with great leadership that understands the business of a games as a service, that understands how to keep a game relevant over years and years and years. Now, Sony's games remain relevant. Their third-person action, adventure, narrative, over-the-shoulder, sad dad games remain relevant because they're so quality, but they're not relevant from the standpoint of engagement. People talk about them because they're game of the year contenders, because they're game of the year winners. They don't talk about them because people are still enjoying them 5 years later. That's not what happens. Sure, new people come into the ecosystem, try those games for the first time, but you're talking about holding the attention of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people each and every single month, years on end. That's not something PlayStation has been good at for a very long time. They've had success in the past with online games. Yeah, for sure. But that hasn't been their philosophy recently. They leaned heavily on what they became masters at, which was that narrative action adventure game. Nothing wrong with that. They built a kingdom. They expanded a kingdom over that. Now, the industry is changing. The industry is moving forward. Everything changes, my friends. Like we talked about before, humans hate change, but in business, you adapt or you die. We saw it with some of the best of the best. Sega is no longer a console maker, even though they were kings of the mountain, or at least shared that with Nintendo at one point. Yeah. They're no longer here. They're a publisher. Sony sees that future. Jim Ryan was brought in for this reason. We talked about this so many times. There's a reason why Sean Layden is no longer there. We've heard Sean come out himself last year and specifically talk out against Game Pass and how he didn't think it was sustainable. He obviously did not believe in the future that the rest of the industry currently believes in, or I should say a majority of the industry currently believes in, because most people nowadays talk about engagement. Most companies, publishers, developers, all the big major players especially, what are they trying to find? They're trying to find the next Fortnite, the next Apex, the next whatever, Warzone, right? They're trying to find that golden pot.
Yep.
Why? Because that's where everything's moved to. Like you said, Steel, tastes have changed. The younger generations like that. I don't like battle royales. Okay.
It's cool.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Guess what the kids do? Kids' parent or the kids' parents' credit cards do.
Yep.
That's for damn sure, right?
Yep.
That's where the money's at. And again, this industry is built on money. And of course, not everything is going to be a games as a service. Not everything's going to be monetized. There's still a giant place for single player games. There's still a giant place for any game that does like a one and done scenario where you play it, finish it, it's over with. It was a great experience. I'm cool, right? Just like a movie, just like a TV show. I'm good. That was great. That was fantastic. There's still a place for that. There's a huge place for that. That's not going away. You can hate games as a service. I personally like them because they give me the option to invest the way that I want to invest.
Yes.
If I like a game, I will spend money on it.
Yep.
If I got it free to play up front, cool. If I got it at a minimal cost up front and I like it, I'll invest. That's not a problem. I think that that is a great way to go about things. Again, I don't want every game to be that way.
No.
I'm not saying that at all. I don't want that. But Sony needs to learn how to do this. So what better way? They could spend, Jim Ryan said it specifically in his interview. He talked to how Bungie will help them catch up and be able to make this change a lot quicker. He said, I would be willing to invest in making this happen, but that could take years for us to learn the lessons that Bungie already has underneath their belt, the successes and the failures of how to make this work. Jim Ryan is buying expertise. He's buying a teacher. He's buying a mentor. As weird as that sounds, he's buying a mentor for Sony, for all of PlayStation, for all of his studios, that if they decide to make a game like this, they will have a master in-house who they can go to and reference and say, hey, how are we going to make this work? What's the best way of going about this?
Right.
So that trial and error is cut down. Now, does that mean every single games as a service, these 10 games that he's talking about, does that mean that they're going to be all huge, giant successes? No. Jim knows there's a failure rate in there, right? Jim knows that there's for every Apex, there's 5 hyperscapes that drop out, right? Right? It's true.
It's true.
It's true. But he's giving his people the best chance to succeed by having an experienced team in-house now, first party, even if they are independent. They're still first party. They're still Sony. They're still PlayStation. They're just independent. Right. They can go to them. Just like Phil talks about sharing between all the teams within Xbox.
Right.
PlayStation's been doing that for a long time. Their teams share info. Their team shares tech. Their teams do all that. Well, guess what? Now you got Bungie. So win-win situation. Bungie gets to carry on. They get creative freedom. They can now have the resources, the financing. That was a big part of their statement that they put out. The biggest change you will see is that we will be hiring to bring on our vision, to bring our visions to life, right? So they're already a big studio. 900, that's big, man. Now they're talking about expanding that even more because they've got some big goals and big visions that they want to hit. So awesome there. Gaming wise, it's an awesome deal. Not only does Sony get a mentor for their games as a service going forward, they also get the rights to Destiny Entertainment. Again, we talk about this IP being valuable, an IP that you can turn into movies, TV, games, comic books, graphic novels, books, doesn't matter. An IP that has that potential, which Destiny has in bucket loads. We talked about this behind the scenes, Steel.
Yeah.
Look, a lot of people say Destiny story is convoluted. It's too complex. I get lost the minute I jump in there. That may be true. But you know what that means? There's a lot to pick and choose from when you want to make a movie, when you want to make a TV show. What better company than Sony, who has expertise in already doing all of that, to take over your IP and make it a worldwide phenomenon in other forms of entertainment than Sony? Sony gets those rights. They can now build a Destiny franchise. They can build out as big as they want to with that, which is going to help game and then help Sony in turn by having another big giant IP that they can cash in on the big screen, on the small screen, wherever you're at.
Right.
That's a huge, huge buy. People forget about that side of things when they look at these numbers. Again, they overpaid. Yeah, sure they did. Of course, it's the time. But at the end of the day, there's more investment here than you can think about.
Yep.
Than you naturally think about when you just hear, well, they only own Destiny. Okay, they only own Destiny, but that's big, man. Still 900,000 people playing daily on that thing, man. That's no joke. Okay, after all these years. So that piece of it as well is awesome for Sony. I think that they also now have in Destiny 2 a game they can offer in Spartacus right out the gate. They are going to be looking for content, which we've talked about constantly, for their new Game Pass service, Game Pass-like service, whatever they're going to call it. They now have a games as a service they can drop right in there to entice all those Destiny people to their ecosystem, or all their current Sony ecosystem users, which is quite large. What they say, 40 some million PlayStation Plus subscribers, 48 million, I think it was.
Yeah.
Was the number. They're going to want to convert. They want to want a high conversion rate of those people. I've talked about this here. They have the ability, if they make Spartacus right, to catch up to Game Pass numbers wise very quickly. They are not going to have to spend years building a service. They already have a built-in base that if they do it right, that fan base is fanatical in a lot of ways, like Nintendo.
Right.
If you give them value, they will convert over to your new service, which means your numbers will be looking awesome, which will entice third parties to cut deals with you to put their games in there, just like Microsoft is currently doing with Game Pass. They have the ability to do that. Now, whether or not they actually get that done, we will have to wait and see. But yeah. Destiny will be a great offering. You think we're going to see a Game Pass deal for Destiny down the road? No. That's something that Sony's going to be able to offer. Hey, come sign up for Spartacus and you get to play Destiny for free with all the expansions. Hey, that's pretty enticing for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I think it's great. As far as the games as a service overall, Steel, like you were talking about, this is a necessity. The industry's changing. Now that they get people signed up for Spartacus, how do you keep them there? If you don't have games that cause people to want to continuously play and be engaged within your service, then you wind up with a large group of your subscribers jumping in and jumping out. That's not what you want.
Right.
You don't want people to jump in for the new God of War, play it, beat it, and then jump out of your service. You want people to continue to say, you know, that $15 or whatever they price it at. I personally think it'll probably be $20 for Sony, but we'll see. You know, that $15 a month, man, can I do without that? This month, oh man, God of War is out. Okay, I'm going to play that. But next month, I'll just jump out. I'm going to cancel that service. I got enough other subscriptions. I'll wait till the next big home run game from Sony comes out. That's not how you're going to make a service successful. That's not going to be sustainable. You need people to say, yeah, you know what? There's plenty more stuff in there for me to play while I wait for the next Sony first party game. I'm just going to go ahead and stay subscribed because I got plenty I can go jump into, whether it's backwards compatible stuff, whether it's brand new third party stuff, whatever the case may be. They need all of that. But those games of a service are the huge ones. Right. You find some successes, those people will stay engaged because they plan on playing that game every single month, whether it's once a day, whether it's once a week, whether it's once every couple of weeks. They look at that game and say, okay, that's worth my $15 this month.
Yep.
That's worth it. That's why you see Microsoft cutting deals for so many co-op multiplayer games. That's why we always say a game like Extraction is perfect for the Game Pass subscription because guess what it does? It drives numbers because people get engaged because all of a sudden your friends are playing it. All of a sudden your friend Pong is hitting you up going, Steel, download this game. It's in Game Pass, man. I know you weren't really excited for it, but come on, man, let's try it. Let's go play it. Next thing you know, Steel's a fan, right? That's how this works. That's how this works. 100%. That's how these games as a service work, is that they make people stick in your ecosystem, and they also attract new people because the friends are all playing it on your list. And you go, oh man, I want to kind of hop in there with everybody. That's where games as a service become valuable.
Yep.
Of course, as more people join, more microtransactions there are, the more money flows into the coffers along with that monthly service fee. Sony is doing this right. They understand the game. Jim Ryan, like I said, you can think of him however you want. He's not a gamer like Phil, okay? He's never will be. But the man is a businessman. He understands bottom lines. He understands forecasting. He understands looking into the crystal ball and seeing where the future is. And they understand that right now they are years and years behind Microsoft, not just in the service, but because they don't have the infrastructure. He has to catch up somehow. He's going to find shortcuts. One of those shortcuts is bringing in a Bungie. Another one of those shortcuts is saying, hey, we're not just going to dip our toes here with, we're going to try a games as service. No. We know for a fact they've been cutting deals for more multiplayer games. They're bringing back more multiplayer games. I bet you anything that one of those games that they cut deals for, like a SOCOM that we've been hearing smoke on, is actually a games as a service Warzone type game. Why? Because he's saying we're not just going to jump in here with 1 or 2. We're going to jump in with 10 because we know there's going to be failures, right? We know there's going to be failures.
Yeah.
We're going to go all out. We're going to have 10 within the next 4 years. Not only that, but we're not all that we believe in generation stuff. Yeah, I know I told you that. Wink, wink. I know I told you that. But guess what? We really know where the bread and butter is.
Right.
We still got bread and butter left on the table on PlayStation 4. Those 10 games of service, I didn't say just PS5. I said PS4 as well.
Right.
We're not going to leave that group out. We're going to continue to dip back into that pool for as long as we can. Right. So Jim's playing this right. Sony's playing this right. This was a fantastic move. I'm excited. I love these chess moves, Steel. Like I always tell you in the behind this, love the chess moves of this industry. This wasn't a defensive move. This wasn't a desperation.
This was all, no.
This move started in the summer. Okay. This move started in the summer. So the Activision, this is Sony's response to Activision.
No,
most deals take this long when they're this big between companies. The Activision Blizzard deal is an exception to the rule, right? That was done in a matter of 2 months, as what we're hearing, right? That's unheard of for a $70 billion deal. That means you have a motivated seller and a motivated buyer who are like, we got to get this done now. And they get it done. Most of the time, negotiations, they take months. So this was Sony, something they had in the plans. And we talked about this here, Steel, when we talked about what was Sony going to do. What did we say? Sony has aces up their sleeves. They're not sleeping over there. They're not dumb. They're not resting on their laurels. They've done that in the past. Can I say that they probably did that at the beginning of this generation? Yeah, but now we've heard their plan was to try to kill Xbox. Their plan was to come out with all the games that we're seeing this year were supposed to be out last year. That would have been one hell of a lineup. But guess what? They couldn't predict the pandemic. They couldn't predict the chip shortage. They couldn't predict any of that. That stepped in their way. So now what do they got to do? Well, the industry's moving forward. Xbox is leading the way. They've been trailblazing this whole entire time. Now they know Xbox is here to stay. They got those aces up the sleeve, man. Jim's been planning this stuff. They're going to do what they can. They can't match 1 for 1.
No.
But they can go make smart deals like this that give them shortcuts to get to where Microsoft is now. And that's what they're going to do, along with all their third-party deals. Guarantee you they've already got deals on the table with Square Enix to make sure Final Fantasy is in Spartacus. Guarantee it. Why? Because that makes sense. You're going to go find what you're good at and you're going to play those advantages. And then they got all these deals behind the scenes. Guarantee we're going to hear something about a SOCOM, a Siphon Filter, a Metal Gear remake, right? They're going to play those cards. They have them because they're not going to go away. Sony's not going away. So love this chess move. Love this game. This is why the industry is so exciting right now. I'm so glad we get to be here and talk about it every week, because this is what we were talking about.
It's crazy.
Like Steel and I have a bias, right? We play on Xbox, right? That's no secret, right? But at the same time, what have Steel and I been telling you this entire time? We don't always want to talk about Xbox. We want to talk about everything here. We're non-console eccentric.
Give me a reason.
For that, give me a reason. Guess what? Sony's giving you a freaking reason, right?
Yes.
And not only did they announce the Bungie deal, then they do a showcase of Gran Turismo 7, which helped out. Then they go ahead and do a showcase of Ghostwire Tokyo.
Yeah.
Well, And you could, again, we could talk about that, but Gran Turismo 7 to me looked much better than it did previously. Is it a Forza killer? No, it's not a Forza killer, but does it look much better? Yes. They are giving us reasons to talk about them.
Yeah.
Then they come out and do a Ghostwire Tokyo showcase, which caught some people by surprise as well, right? They still have these plays. Yeah, they don't have as many plays as an Xbox does with all the studios that Xbox now. Again, Xbox can do a whole E3 week by themselves right now with what they got coming up. But we still want to talk about Sony. And this is a Sony I like to see. Again, not everybody agrees with this deal. A lot of people saying, they way overpaid. I disagree.
It's not your business,
I think if you look at the big picture and you look at everything they're getting out of this, I don't believe that to be the case. I think this was a smart move. Look, we know Bungie went to Microsoft first. Microsoft obviously didn't want to play in these numbers and give them that total freedom, right? I think that was part of it. Xbox is hands off, but I don't think they wanted them to have all of that. I think Xbox probably wanted that new IP as an exclusive for their service. I have a feeling, whatever the reasons, Xbox turned them down. Hey, where are you going to go next? You go to Sony. Sony overpaid, gave them what they wanted, and both win. Both win in this case. I really think this helps Sony in the long run. I think this is another long play, just like we heard Phil talk about Activision Blizzard deal. That's 5-10 years down the road. I really think that that's what this deal for Sony is as well. Yes, they will get some benefits up front, but them catching up to where Xbox is and learning how to play this engagement game and learning how to get this multiplayer game aspect down pat for their service, for their future. I think that's really where the play is here. And I love it. I think it's a great deal.
No, 100%. And I 100% agree with that. It's just, it's crazy to me when people are thinking about, they overpaid. Why are you worried about that? Why don't you look at the potential of what is possible now that they've done this? Because no, it's not a response to the Activision deal. And no, you shouldn't look at it that way. Now it's going to be marketed as such. Oh, you better believe that. You better believe Sony's going to say, oh, yeah, now we got Bungie now. Oh, yeah, we got Destiny now. And you best believe it's going to be all over every TV spot because that is how you sell.
That service, man.
I mean, it only makes sense. It only makes sense. And it's
when
not
that new
IP
thing comes out, when that new IP gets ready, Steel,
guess what?
People are going to believe that's exclusive. They are going to believe it. Even if it's not. They're going to believe it.
The same way that people for a long time, whether you believe it or not, but if you ask the Destiny community, they thought that game was a PlayStation game because of the marketing rights, because of marketing overall. They were getting exclusive content, all of that. There are people who believe that, and that will continue to happen because that's how you market to your typical consumer. Not to us. We know better. We know what's going on. Come on. We can have a short-sighted conversation about this whole thing, right? It's like, it's just so much. There's so much of a deeper conversation to have as far as what this means to the overall industry, what Sony's going to do, the doors that it opens up. It also tells multiplayer developers that also Sony does care. Sony wants to step in that aspect, and they're going to spend more money to make sure that they can make sure that is something that is available to them. Again, it's all about making sure that you can retain your consumer base. Again, like I stated earlier, people wanted competition and are now mad that there's competition. You can't be mad at the player for playing the game.
It's not what they wanted. It's not what they wanted, Steel.
It's not what they wanted.
By their rules, baby.
No, that's not the way this works.
They had to build organic.
Yeah, sure. That's not the point, man. And again, you're gonna start seeing another side of this because Bungie also has their hands on the PC side with Destiny, and it works really well. They've put this whole crossplay motion they put this whole crossplay in with Destiny now. So obviously they have their hands on as far as that goes. So you know that's a play also, along with Nixus and everybody else they have with secondhand development studios. Look, if you don't expect for games to start coming to PC closer to day one, I don't know what to tell you. Again, I'm definitely going to sit on the ledge of I think God of War Ragnarok's going to come to PC day one. Why? Because God of War's already on PC.
And it's not a completely different game. It's DLC content.
I'm surprised Forbidden West isn't.
Forbidden West is a little bit different because I do see, because that is the second iteration of the game. I don't, as far as like Ragnarok, I don't see that. As far as like,
no, I think
the
they got more
second
time
game
too. Now that they've
That
purchased
too.
like Nixus and stuff, they're
Right.
gonna have time to get God of War ready. Whereas Forbidden West probably was too soon. They didn't buy enough support studios quick enough to get Forbidden West out
Right.
there fast. So
Now,
the case too.
I'm not saying that it will come out day one on PC, but
No.
I just have that. I have that feeling, or why it's like, again, the only reason why they wouldn't is because of y'all, or because they don't have enough time or that enough studios to help that happen. But you're smoking on something if you don't think that that's the goal. I'm telling you.
Jim Ryan's telling you. We don't have to tell you.
He's-
Jim Ryan is telling you, I want to go beyond the console.
He said it's not enough.
It's multiple times. He said it last year, and none of you clowns believed it. And I'm talking to chat in here because you guys all know.
Yeah.
All the clowns out there, none of you believed it when Jim was telling you. He didn't like the capped numbers on the console, that he wanted more players playing Sony games. He's telling you again right now in this latest interview, we want to go beyond the console. And he said, you've already seen us start to do that. Start. Guess what? More's coming. A lot more is coming.
Around the corner.
They're going to make this happen. They're
And
going to do everything to make this happen.
And I'm just going to tell you right now, y'all can mark it on the show. Y'all, I'm going to tell you right now that Spider-Man coming to PC is a play that they have drawing up right now.
Oh.
And I feel like their announcement for that is coming very soon.
Only helps.
Very soon. And it's not because, oh, I'm just hoping for it or whatever. Yeah, I would like to play Spider-Man on PC because I played it on PS4 and I had a great time with it. And I would buy it if it comes to PC. Of course I would. I love Spider-Man. And I think it's the greatest Spider-Man game that's ever existed. But it only makes sense because you have to sell to your wider audience. That is going to be, if once they say, yo, Spider-Man's coming to PC this summer, July, people are going to buy that in droves. And again, it's going to show you another reason to why you could release that game day and date on PC. I know somebody was making the point earlier throughout the week, and then I'll end my point here. We'll get into the next session and we'll start wrapping up the show. But somebody was making the point that, oh, well, Sony selling their games on PC years after the fact proves to Sony that they can wait and sell the game later and people would still buy it. No, what that did was prove to Sony that PC players are interested in console games. The one thing that PC players always cap about and say, oh, we don't want those console games. Yes, you do. As a PC gamer myself, I could tell you I would. If I could play all my games on PC, I would. Fact is, it's not a reality, and it's not that big of a deal for me. As long as you give me a reason to invest.
And from a business standpoint, Steel, no businessman running $1 billion company is going to say, I'd rather defer money till 3 years from now.
3-4 years later. Like,
instead of having it right now.
What crack are you smoking?
No.
If you could sell 1 million to 2 million copies 3 years later, more copies.
Yeah.
And even then, again, that's not this is such a big number. Oh, 10% of the base bought it, and that's great. Stop saying that. No, it's not. It's not. It's not great. Sure, it's cool for sales, but
Nintendo
obviously it's
good.
But even that, you think Nintendo doesn't want 50 million, 100 million people sell all of it on every device? Of course they do.
Yeah.
I mean, yes. Now the return on investment is different because of what Nintendo has invested on their hardware. That's what makes that different because they're making way beyond their return on invvent.
It's
at
an
this
anomaly.
point.
Yes.
Exactly. Whereas with this, you want AAA games, you want AAA titles, you want big games to. Again, as the gamer, kind of what we spoke with Dying Light 2, it's not perfect, but we as the gamer want games to come out perfect now. They need to be perfect or they're gonna get scrutinized. Oh, why is all these things happening? Oh, it's unacceptable that this game has some minor glitches in it. It's unacceptable. It's unplayable. I can't do it. We want games to come out perfect. Where do you think this funding is going to come from?
Mm-hmm.
Not from 5 years later, magically all of a sudden selling 20 to 30 million copies of your game. No. Games take time. They take development. People are spending years of their life creating these experiences. And if things like, for an example, they could not put certain things in the Horizon Forbidden West because of them playing both sides of, yes, it's PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. If those things are like that are true, then what makes you think that continuously doing it that way is going to make sense for the future? You want those you want those next gen only titles? There's a perfect way to do it. Give people a reason to invest in your hardware, and then give people a way to access all of your content. Not just one game, because it's obviously not working. How much longer do we need to go to another 2 decades of showing that the market is capped? Is that what we need to do? Is that what y'all want? No growth? No.
Yeah, no. Colin,
No.
Hey, listen to Colin Moriarty. That's what he would like. He would like Sony to be boutique. I love that word, by the way. He wants Sony to be a boutique game developer. He wants them to focus only on what they do best.
And guess what? That will happen if they continue to do what they're doing now.
Right, that's
and
Nintendo.
again, that's not what's going to happen. I mean, no doom and gloom here. But if they continue to do that, what King David on the Iron Lord says is going to be true.
Yeah, they'll be a publisher.
They will only publish games. If that's what y'all want, then we can keep going this old way, this old thinking, and keep developing games this way. If that's what y'all really want. That's not what y'all want. You blatantly say that's not what you want. You love your PlayStation console. That's great. That's what it's there for. Environment, community, services. Enjoy them. But there's a different way. There's a better way to do business than the way that it's been done over the last 3 decades. The quicker we realize that, I'm not saying that everything's going to be perfect. We're never saying that here. Again, Microsoft just tried to sell us Game Pass for more not that long ago. And we fought back on that. Because obviously it wasn't the time for it yet. It's just the more we can pull ourselves out of the world and look at those deeper crevices and look at the darker spaces. Again, real-time strategy view, RTS view, pull yourself out of the world. The better it's going to be overall for our community and for the industry. And that's the overall point here. With that, ladies and gentlemen, good. We're almost 4 hours into the show. Again, it's crazy. It's crazy the way that we do this. And the other thing too, me and Pong didn't talk about none of this last night. We were just 100% focused on playing the game. That's what's crazy about this. And I was actually thinking about that going to bed. I was like, damn, did we miss the opportunity to just kind of talk about games?
Nah. Forget it. And off the cuff. That's what we do our best work.
And then Matt Barnes, I mean, you're making some good points too. Xbox isn't perfect. There's a lot of things that they need to work on, man. There's 100% there's a bunch of things they need to work on. Audio side, 100%. Like everybody has something to work on. And those things, as long as we keep speaking out on those things, they will get adjusted over time.
Correct. And to Ham Solo's point too, Ham, you were correct. And we've talked about this on the show as well and elsewhere as well. Xbox is insulating themselves from the rest of the industry so that they don't have to rely on third parties.
100%.
That's why you're seeing all these acquisitions, because they have the ability to do this. They are going to form the moat around themselves so that they don't have to worry when Sony's cutting third-party deals, right? They will be able to go in-house and create their own version of whatever game they might not have their hands on, right? That's what I believe is one of Xbox. Now, are they going to be able to completely do that? Well, we'll see. They get a couple Japanese developers on board or a publisher. Now you're talking about they can pretty much make any game out there that they want to. Now, will it be a success? Not necessarily. But again, you are right. They are insulating themselves so they don't have to deal and fight over third-party deals when Sony's out there trying to, wrap up 2 years exclusivity, or now once Spartacus launches, get into a bidding war over third-party titles that they may want in their service, right? They want to be away from that as much as possible. So no matter what happens on the outside, they are good on the inside. They don't have to worry about anything. And I
Then
think
there's
that's
no
really
better
what they're
feeling.
going for.
No better
Yeah.
feeling than that.
Yeah, you
Especially
control
for the
your
future.
own destiny, no matter what.
No
Pun intended.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is now going towards the end of the show, and it is time to get into our This Day in Gaming segment, where we break down the least, at least into the last 30 years of gaming, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. The same with the upcoming games. We just want to show you guys what you might have, what you can reminisce on a little bit, and show you guys where we came from to where we are now, man. So it's just an interesting perspective that I always like to bring in. And again, let's get into it. This Day in Gaming. And I do have a transition for that. Bye.
Yeah.
Presenting
Love
to
it.
you by Harvest Moon 64. I did that because it seemed like the most fitting. I like to throw it back a little bit. So, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is brought to you by Game Facts. In case I didn't say it earlier, the upcoming games is brought to you by Game Informer. I wish we had time to kind of comb these out ourselves, but shout out to Game Facts and Game Informer for having people that stay on top of these things, having a system in place so that we can do this and just bring this representation forward. Because again, I feel like it's important.
Yeah, make me feel old.
Yeah, there you
That's what
go.
he wants to do.
That-
He
that's
puts
it.
on this whole act, people, where he's talking about how games are an art and they should be treated as such and all that kind. It's just an act. He just wants to make me feel old. That's all he wants to do.
The people know that's far from the truth. But here we go. So starting in 1988 on the NES, you got The Guardian Legend in Japan. Then in 1999, as you guys saw on that cover, Nintendo 64 released Harvest Moon 64 in Japan. Then in 2001, Nintendo 64 released Paper Mario. That was actually
21 years ago.
that's quite some time. Yo, Paper Mario is that's probably one of the better Marios for me. Actually, I like Paper Mario. I thought that shit was dope as hell. 2004, Game Boy Advance released Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Tournament 2004 in Japan. I do believe I did play that. That was a good game. Then 2007, DS released Diddy Kong Racing DS. Diddy Kong Racing was amazing back in the day.
Surprised they haven't done more Diddy Kong.
I am kind of surprised with that. I mean, but then again, I don't know. I don't know if that IP just hits the same as it used to, man. Like Donkey Kong, Diddy
It's
Kong,
Nintendo.
and all of them.
All their games are
but-
nostalgia.
I just feel like Donkey Kong just hasn't aged as well for whatever reason. I don't know. But then also in 2007, Game Boy Advance released Final Fantasy VI Advance. Then in 2008, again, one of the greatest greatest IPs ever, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Devil May Cry 4.
14 years ago today, Steel.
That is crazy to fucking think about, bro.
14 years ago today, February 5th.
That is crazy to fucking think about. Oh my God. Devil May Cry 4 was a great game. PlayStation 2 released Nobunaga Ambition, Rise to Power.
Rise to Power.
I've heard about that game. I've heard that's a pretty good game.
Big time strategy. Yeah.
Nice. And in 2008, PlayStation 2 released Twisted Metal Head On Extra Twisted Edition. I was way off of Twisted Metal by then.
I don't remember.
I don't remember that either.
What is Head On?
Yeah.
The hell was that?
I don't
Really?
know.
Do I have a memory hole for
It
that
was on
game?
PlayStation 2. I mean, PlayStation 2 in 2008, 2006, the Xbox 360 was already out. So
I know, but still, I was such a Twisted Metal fan. Bro, I memory hold this one. Oh my God, I don't even remember the case. Wow. Okay.
I don't remember it at all.
I don't remember it. It was done by Incognito.
That's crazy.
That
Yeah.
is crazy, man. Okay. All right. Yeah.
I fell off
continue
Twisted
on,
Metal
is
before that,
crazy.
but yeah, that's crazy. When you
Bro,
think
I
about
was huge into Twisted Metal. I don't
it.
remember.
Twisted Metal was my jam back in
Yeah.
the day, but
Okay.
it was either
Okay.
way.
Cool. Never.
Yeah, that's kind of dope. That's interesting.
Yeah.
2009 PC released Burnout Paradise, the Ultimate Box. Again, this Burnout was great for the time.
Yeah. Burnout's fantastic.
2009 also PlayStation 3 released Demon Souls in Japan. Then in 2013, some people say this is the worst game of the series. PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360 released Dead Space 3. Again,
That's a good series.
I definitely want to play through them. But now that again, my bad habit, I played that first game and I enjoyed it. I was going to play through the rest, but then they were remaking the first game, and now I just want to wait for that.
Yep. I don't blame you.
Mind you, those games do hold up pretty well.
Yep.
So 2013, PlayStation 3 released Fist of the North Star, Ken's Rage 2, another classic. Yep. Fist of the North Star, Ken doesn't get any better than that. Then PlayStation 3 also released Sly Cooper Thieves in Time.
So freaking good.
I watched my
they
old lady
need to
go
bring
back to it.
Sly Cooper, man. Sly Cooper is the best.
I never played Sly myself, but
I love him better than Ratchet and Clank. I love him better than
I agree with that. I can agree with that from what I've seen.
Daxter. Or Sly Cooper is my favorite. I just absolutely love those games.
Yeah, from what I've seen, I watched my old lady play the first couple through emulation, and they seem pretty cool, man. They seem really interesting. Again, I was never able to get into them, but again, it is what it is. Sly Cooper, Thieves in Time. So move forward. 2014, 3DS released Pokemon Bank. Interesting. Don't know what that is. But in 2015,
that's where you deposit your money to Nintendo and never get it back again.
Yeah.
Try to run around and catch it.
Yeah, there you go. Then in 2015, PlayStation 3 released Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin in Japan. Then on PlayStation 3, 4, Xbox 360, and Xbox One, Dragon Ball Xenoverse was released in Japan. Xenoverse was really cool. Again, the concept of creating your own character, learning moves throughout all the different characters, having different trainers for the different guys throughout the universe of Dragon Ball. I thought it was a really dope concept. I never liked it more than I liked the Budokai Tenkaichi series as far as like the overall fighting style goes. It became, for me, I don't know, it became cheesy because there is a stamina system in there that I don't necessarily like, the stamina break system. I just didn't enjoy it. But again, I also just don't enjoy fighting games as much as I used to. I don't know. There's something about it just kind of went away, especially with netcode not being taken that seriously. Having that delay, it's a big turnoff when it comes to fighting games, especially when it comes down to, precision, counting frames and everything like that. It's hard to mimic that arcade experience we used to have back in the day, or even that couch co-op kind of experience, fighting your homie coming over, y'all just busting each other's chops for hours on end and, unlocking different content throughout the game and things. There's something missing. And also with this whole exclusivity thing, if there's one, again, genre that I feel like does not need to be made exclusive to anything, it's fighting games. Because now, because of the deals and everything else, and just because of the kind of scene that we've kind of moved into, this future that we've moved into, fighting games have become extremely niche. And that's unfortunate. So I remember a time where there was just like, it was the biggest thing ever. If you didn't have Tekken, you were a fucked up person. Like you were a lame person. Like you were a lame dude, lame gal, whatever. If you didn't play Tekken, you didn't know gaming. Like it was at that level. And like I say, the same thing about Street Fighter, Soul Calibur, Guilty Gear back in the day. There's another one right there on the tip of my tongue. Mortal Kombat, of course.
You had to play Mortal Kombat. So
if you didn't play Mortal Kombat, yeah, you were definitely not in conversation. You might have got beat up for not having Mortal Kombat. I ain't gonna lie.
Soul Calibur was huge when it came out.
Oh my god! When you had the different versions, when you had the Xbox and the PlayStation version, you had Vader on one and Yoda on the other. Yep. Oh man! Or you had Link on one and then Spawn on the other. Oh man, I missed those.
Playing Vader was the absolute best. You know me. Playing Vader was the best, man. It was.
They also had Starkiller in there too. So
Yep, they did.
I thought that was really dope. They did a lot of great things, man. I want to see that come back. I ain't gonna lie. That stuff was dope. Then in 2019, 3DS released Etrian Odyssey Nexus.
Low key. Is it? One of the best RPGs going out there is Etrian Odyssey.
Wow. Okay.
Guess who it's done by?
Who's it done by?
Atlas.
Really?
Yeah, low key dungeon. It's a dungeon crawler. So it's the old school first person dungeon crawler.
Okay.
With the grid map. dungeon crawling.
Yeah.
Low key though, that whole series, man. When my kid had his 3DS, I used to play the Etrian Odysseys on it. I'd steal from him, and I bought those. Low key, one of the best RPGs going. Atlas.
Wow.
Atlas is phenomenal. Atlas is really good at what they do. But not a lot of people have played the Etrian Odyssey. But those that have, no, it's so good, and it brought me back to my my Might Magic days. Right, Might Magic 2.
Right.
Might Magic 3. Those were dungeon crawlers like that. That's what it brings you back to. But man, the characters are awesome in there. The classes are amazing. Classic RPG.
Right.
Love it.
100%. And then last but not least, 2021 PlayStation 5 released Neo 2 Remastered, the Complete Edition.
Yep.
Neo, man, good game. I had not been able to finish the first one, and I haven't jumped into the second one. Again, man, it's just like, I love Souls game, and I love FromSoft, and I love everything that they do, but it's one of those things to where when you have different games that you like, different games that you really are into, it's hard to balance, man. I mean, again, we just don't have that same time that we used to back in the day.
Not every game, man.
Not every game gets that attention, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's the sign of the times, man. So at some point I may end up going back to it. It's definitely one of those games where I'd add it to the library. I know I got Neo 1. I think I did end up downloading Neo 2, and I do have them in my library, but who knows when I'll get to them. Again,
I'm laughing because Ham Solo brought up Dead or Alive Extreme.
Oh my God. That's like the second time that's come up. Oh my God.
Was that last week that we talked about it?
Yeah.
He goes naughty thoughts.
Oh my God.
No, Ham.
Y'all
maybe for you.
Y'all is Dead or Alive.
I just played for the volleyball, Ham. It was one of the best volleyball games going.
Y'all is Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball, man. Like, like even me, I wasn't into it like that, but it wasn't good for a volleyball game though. It was good. I'm not gonna lie. It was good.
It was. How about the pool jumping? We had to jump across the floaties in the pool. That was pretty fantastic.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your This Day in Gaming segment, again, where we go over 30 years of gaming history, so you can remember where we've came from to where we are now. Again, gaming is art and should be treated as such, or as Pong likes to say, we're just here to make them feel old. Yeah, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Back into the main show. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here. If you've been here the last 4 hours of this content, we greatly appreciate it. Again, we had a lot of lovely faces here. Shout out to everybody that was able to join. Again, chat, y'all are always lively. I love seeing y'all have those different conversations, different opinions, going back and forth. I never anticipated that we would end up getting that and it be constant. So it's an amazing thing that we see here on a week-to-week basis. Again, if you haven't, hit that like button, share us out, tell a buddy or a friend. Man, much love to everybody here. And I'll start off with my intro, ladies and gentlemen.
Outro.
Yeah, outro. Sorry. I'm thinking about food. I'm hungry as hell.
I know you are.
Oh God. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll start off with my outro. You can find me, Steel Rain, otherwise known as Steel Rain, everywhere. If you have a search bar, type it in. If it's Google, Facebook, PlayStation, Xbox, PC, wherever there's a search bar, type it in and you more than likely will find me. Definitely add me, hit me up in the messages, hit me up in the DMs. Let's talk gaming, let's talk life, whatever you got going on. I don't have all the answers, but I'll at least chop it up with you for a bit and I'll tell you, man, I don't have the answers and we can kind of move forward from there. Other than that, if you're trying to game, you know where I'm at, find me. And again, amazing episode 43. Again, with us doing it off the cuff like this, it's such an amazing thing because I definitely went to sleep last night thinking like, damn, I feel like we should have talked about some things. But I'm always glad when it just gets me so excited and I get so happy that we're able to do these shows and we do them for as long as we do them. Again, like, because I don't set a parameter, I don't set time or anything like that. Now, things happen in real life and we got to move some things along, then that's different. But the fact that we're able to just do this authentically and it's natural and the passion is there and the energy carries throughout the entire show. It's such an amazing feat for me because I noticed that with a lot of content that people just don't have that.
And the fact that we're able to give that to you on a week-to-week basis, that you guys feel it, that you guys appreciate it, that's a lot of the reason that a lot of you guys are here along with the content, is an amazing thing, and it's nothing but love and appreciation for that. Pong, brother from another man, again, you're an integral part to what we do here. The whole reason why I'm even continuously staying part of the community and everything. Lead the people to victory. Show them why you are the uncanny gentleman. And yeah, man, let's get us out of here.
Just enjoying watching us take down that big boy at the
see that?
GRE location. Yeah, man. I love those fights. Anyways, great show, Steel. 4 hours. I can't believe it, man. We had no plans to go 4 hours. This is crazy, man. This is crazy, but I love it. I love it. Like you said, energy nonstop. Love talking about this stuff. It comes from the heart. You can't fake this. You can't fake 4 hours. Look, people question whether or not this is really us.
Right.
4 hours proves it, man. I'm telling you.
I don't know what to tell y'all.
yeah. This can't be fake.
Nah.
But I love being here every Saturday. This was great talk. And obviously I look forward to Saturday morning so much with you, Steel. And obviously I've had over 18 hours with you over the past couple of days. So now I'm at almost a full day with you.
It's been a while since we've been able to do it. So
yeah, it has been actually, man. It's been freaking fantastic. Chat, you guys are all amazing. Thank you for sticking with us throughout this entire show. You guys are all incredible. Nothing but love and respect for each and every single person who listens to us now, or if you're listening to us in the future, any part of this show. Look, we love you. So that's why we're here, not just for Steel and I, just to sit here and BS. We could do that online.
Right.
We do it here in this format because we want to get other people involved. So thank you to all of you. Look, Pong Soul, find me on Xbox, Twitter. You know the drill there. Tonight, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Please drop on in. Shorter show, usually right around 2 hours, sometimes even less than that, depending on what we got going on. But please be there. We got Delilah HD tonight, fantastic guest. So please drop on in there and check us out. PTK Blam's channel. It's the Shop Podcast. And then tomorrow you're going to get an extra dose of myself because I am going to be on the awesome, great, stellar Fonzarella Gaming channel for Games Talk Live. So I'm going to do an interview. I'm really nervous about the quiz already. I have high anxiety because I have a lot of useless knowledge in my head, but when it's actually a formal kind of quiz, I always blank. So, man, I'm going to embarrass the hell out of myself. So join me there. You can enjoy my embarrassment for the first part of the show, but then he and I will get down and talk some gaming. He runs a tight ship at an hour, so it's going to be a fun time tomorrow. That is 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Central Time. Otherwise, Tuesdays, Xbox Factor Podcast. I missed last week due to real life. I will be back this week, God willing. So 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Of course, Double Barrel Gaming, Mr. Boomstick, as always. Shout out to Boom. I know he's always listening into us as well.
Right.
So I will be there. Mav, when he's available. Archimedes. We've got Mr. Joanna Dark now. 3-Bit is still got a reserved seat, but he never shows up. So he's so busy making games and doing all these other crazy things. That kid is so busy. But I will be there as well. 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then Thursday PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM, just like this. Look, this is a great time. Fun Speculations channel. We're just going to deep dive 1, 2, 3, maybe topics. And it's just him and I talking. Sometimes we have a guest. We had Colt Eastwood on. I think he's planning on having Boom on at some point, but we'll see. Look, just a great time. Thursday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Be there. And then Fridays, back at it, Xbox Ultimate Fun Speculations channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. We didn't have it this week. Mav had real life going on, so that happens. Otherwise, episode 43 is in the books, Living Splitscreen. Steel and I will be back here next week. Hopefully the news just keeps rolling. This is what we love. Who knows what's going to happen, folks? It's only the beginning of February. I feel like we've almost had 6 months worth of news by this point.
Oh my God. Yeah.
My God, it's been crazy, man. So I'm looking forward to it already. It is the golden age of gaming. I don't think I have to sell anybody on that anymore. I got people telling me I need to change it to platinum because of how big
I didn't hear say that.
How big this generation is going to be, right? So, but I'm going to continue to say it is the golden age of gaming. Play what you love what you play, go enjoy something, go have fun, hug those that you love, Be safe. Love you all. Talk to you real soon.
And for those still here, hey, some special news. So just a little side note. Living Splitscreen may have their first official crossover.
Oh yeah,
We're coming up soon.
Yeah, we're talking
crossover. So we'll see behind that. It's gonna be another two fantastic gentlemen that again. We have a lot of love for, we have a lot of passion for, and we actually do share some spaces with them. I'll leave it at that.
And we share the love of talking with them.
That is very true.
Crazy show. We might actually have an official end time. We might have to, because otherwise we might just go all day.
Yeah. So be on the lookout for that. It's going to be Living Splitscreen's first official. And then that may be something that we end up doing consistently. We'll see. I'm definitely going to work on some things in the background just to make sure that everything is set up properly. But we may have our first official Saturday crossover coming here soon. But y'all stay tuned out for that. No more details. Y'all see what's going to end up happening. We're going to leave that there. I think it's going to be an amazing thing, especially because look, in our community, it's not about versing each other. We're not going against each other. You guys being here is amazing, but you guys could be anywhere. It's about coming together, building up an ecosystem, because it's about pulling each other up, not pushing each other down. If we all become successful, if we can create our own network, we all can eventually get paid for something that we're passionate for. That should be the overall goal. Building a community of people who support each other, want to see each other be successful, can be honest with each other also, and then move forward from there. So with that being said, much love. Y'all stay tuned. Episode 43 is in the books. Audio platform listeners, greatly appreciate y'all. Uploads coming here soon. And y'all stay easy, stay blessed, and stay godly out there. Much love. Keep it live, raw, and uncut. See y'all next week right here on Living Splitscreen. Peace.